All right. Good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, if you don't mind hitting that number 1, make sure everything else is set up here as I would like for it to be. Kevin, Jimbo. I always like to get 5 number 1s. I'm a little worried. I only got 2 number 1s. Does that mean I don't sound too good? I guess if I don't sound good, tell me that too. I think I sound good though. Hoover Lone Star, Anon. All right, good. Looks like we are in business then and operating as should be. So we will get this party started. Well, good morning. Welcome everybody. It is, what is it? It's Wednesday, November 19th. The year is 2025. And this morning was crazy, kind of, but I don't know. I think this just is a testament to how yesterday was. It almost felt like paint drying this morning. Yes, in hindsight, there was this kind of big, but this was just a slow, methodical move higher. Yesterday, if you were around yesterday, were big swings, 200 points, 100-point pullbacks, 100, all over the place. So yeah, we're still up a lot today, but it almost like it was actually today was a pretty crazy day, all things considered, but it just didn't feel that way because yesterday was so absolutely crazy, or at least that was kind of my impressions. Starting the morning with a blown account. Well, and on, it happens. It happens. I had three yesterday that I lost. Light Yagami. Ooh, I like that name. But anyways, so friendly reminder, if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. If you've never been here before, welcome. It is great to have you. No need to hit the like button because I totally understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, be entertained in any way, shape, or form, please hit that like button. It does help. And we are going to hopefully have a good live stream here. Hopefully not have yesterday. It shouldn't be yesterday. Today's action is much more, in my opinion, manageable. Maybe that'll be my famous last words, but I'm feeling a little bit better. Yesterday, I knew I really probably shouldn't have been trading, and as I mentioned, I was doing it for the live stream itself, which is fine. But here feels a little bit more of a cleaner environment. Hey, Greg. Good. Yeah, good. Greg just joined the private community. We were just talking. Sorry, Greg. I didn't mean to just bail out mid-conversation, but looking at the time, I was like, oh, wait, I got to get things moving. But good to have you, Greg. Got about 460 in 10 minutes. Very good. Much better action today. Yeah, agreed. Good action. It just feels kind of slow because yesterday was so crazy. So it's not that today's action is bad. It's just that yesterday's action was just so crazy. Mad Sun, hello. But how are all your days going so far? Good, bad, terrible, great, green, red, blue an account, passed an account, qualified for a payout? How's everybody's days going? All right, I got to maybe take a trade here at the pivot point. So let's see if it wants to potentially give me some sort of sign that it wants to be strong around this area. Now, if it just comes down here and bounces straight up, that I'm not going to be able to work with that. But in my mind, we have a real possibility of maybe seeing some bullish action right here. But I don't know that for sure. That's why I'm going to wait for confirmation. But again, if this thing comes down here and then just bounces and goes straight up like it kind of is right now, no, it may come back down. Then that's not something I can work with. Are you serious, Jimbo? What in the world? What happened? My day's been terrible, Clay. What do you mean, Emmanuel? Good morning, Zachy. Hoover, small red. B. Randon, green. Tom, green. What? How? You got long hair? Small green. Bill, my friend, are you getting my emails? You have sent me 2 emails. I've replied actually back 3 times now. Are you getting my replies? If not, I'd say check your spam folder, my friend. Still waiting to see how this wants to behave at, well, not my whole, now the live stream's ruined. Jimbo, or, that's deflating. That's, okay. If this wants to come back up, I'll try a buy at the green line, only if it, but if this thing keeps dropping, then, okay, yep, never mind. Now my risk profile would be too big. Okay, so here's an example of why I wanted to wait for confirmation. Now, to be fair, had I just bought right there, I did get enough of a bounce for a scalp, but I'm looking for more, a little bit more than a scalp here. No, I haven't. I will check. Okay, yes, you've sent me 2 emails, Bill. Like I said, I've replied back, answering both of them, and then one I replied back saying, hey, man, I don't think you're, I guess I don't know why I replied back. If I didn't think you were getting them, I don't know why I would reply again, but anyways, all right, next interesting level. Down around this 820 mark. On the 5-minute, we are at the 21 EMA. So it makes it interesting. The 21 EMA is one of those that I really enjoy. No perfect indicators, though, but one of those where I think everybody should at least give it a try. I got long in that flag that is still going down. Yeah, those are kind of the, well, I posted in the chat room, the 2 choices were either play the breakout or the failure. So, I mean, for the people that were buying the lower part, I guess you just saw things a little bit differently. But I figured as much as it had gone up, I was no longer really interested in buying any sort of pullback because, but again, we all see things differently. Good job, Billy Bob. Good day. Live early today. What do you mean early? I'm always like 15 minutes early every single day. I always say 11 just in case there's some sort of technical difficulty. I try to build in 15 minutes of let me try to figure it out time. But yes, Versace, if you haven't figured out that I'm here almost every day at 10:45, I'm shocked by that. As a long-term follower, how do you think that I'm actually early today? I'm actually kind of right on time. I am green today. Yes, it's been a fine day. I feel like a normal trader today. Yesterday was a whirlwind, but I think I don't know. Give me a 5 if yesterday felt like a whirlwind day for you. I'll start things off. Yesterday, I'll hit that 5. Absolute whirlwind of a day in terms of like, now that I reflect back on it, and even in the day, just like a total whirlwind. All right, I'm glad I'm not alone. So today, I feel more just like kind of a normal trader. Again, I'm not going to just blindly buy there, but we'll see if this wants to give me some kind of sign. It's weird. Again, it's been a long time since I've learned charting, but like when people go to learn charting, are people unaware of SMAs? Everybody always just assumes EMAs. Like, is that like the new thing that everybody just like, if I were to go to learn right now, am I going to have EMAs crammed down my throat? Like, I remember, again, I'm old, but I remember when I was learning back in, I don't know what, 2006, 2007, like EMAs were kind of like, okay, maybe. It was always SMAs. And that's why this is the 50 period SMA, not an EMA. Your vibe is more positive today. Well, yeah, that's because yesterday I was self-admittedly cranky because I was in a whirlwind. Please don't time me out today. Did I time you out yesterday? I don't remember if I did. No, you're fine, Versace. It's just funny. It's funny when names I recognize that have been around since almost the beginning are still just discovering things that are shocked. Like, wait, you just discovered this? That's shocking to me. I mean, they are quicker. They are quicker, but I mean, there's always a catch-22. Sometimes they're maybe too quick. Like I said, I don't have anything against them. It's just weird how people like seemingly assume that it's just I'm using EMAs. Which just makes me wonder, okay, maybe like on the education front, everybody is out there just advocating for EMAs these days. Which is, I'm not necessarily in this wrong per se. It was just more me being curious. Gold is tanking. Ooh, gold did take a... I mean, I don't know about tanking, but that was definitely a pretty big flush. All right, for you gold people. What do you mean, you gold people? Lighten up, okay? Relax. Relax. All right, let's see how this candle forms. And if this candle can give me like a hammer or something like that, might be interested in a long around here. Put a stop. So risk about 10 points on it. Bitcoin is also at lows of the day, is it? Hey, good morning, Con. Well, nope. Again, this is the power of waiting for confirmation. Sometimes, as many of you know, and have seen, waiting for confirmation will cause you to miss a winning trade. That is true. But as we've been witnessing here, waiting for confirmation has saved me from about 3 losing trades so far, just by helping me avoid them. But there is no holy grail. Again, sometimes waiting for confirmation will either cause you to miss a winning trade completely, or you don't quite get as good of an entry point as you could have gotten. Just a reminder, don't be a mat man and add to your losers. Your first loss is your best loss. Cut your losers, you losers. Well said. And find yourself a bearded woman. Is that the punchline? Mat man, again, for reference, last week discovered he likes bearded women. So that's kind of what I will always associate him from now. Mat man is in Portland and likes bearded women. Hey, Space Jam. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Well, why didn't I just get short at this point? Goodness. Now we have the complete opposite here. So here we were joking around this morning about how the chart didn't believe in red candles. I mean, during this phase, almost 20 minutes of green candles. Now it's like, okay, the chart no longer believes in green candles. Like, it is anti-green. Well, next potentially interesting area down here at, okay, now this down here is looking spicy for me. Quite a bit of congestion around this area. We have the overnight high. We have the pink line, which is the 200 period simple moving average. We have the dotted yellow line, which is the VWAP. Still doesn't mean that it will bounce from there, but in my mind, it makes it plausible to think that maybe it can find some buyers down there, but we'll see. Trump speaking today? I'm buying long, Clay. Okay, well, where are you buying long, and where's your stop loss at, Space Jam? That would help us all out a whole lot better to cheer you on or kind of see into your mind. So where are you buying long? Question 1, Space Jam. What price level? And then where's your stop at? I'm going to Trailblazers game tonight, so I'll see my favorite bearded woman. She's there you go. There you go, Matt Man. Hopefully you have a good evening. Hey, John. Camera's out of focus. You are right. It is out of focus. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I mean, it really is a shame. It's a crime in 42 states for somebody as good looking as I am to be on a blurry camera. Cloud City HK had a decent day trading gold yesterday. Basically passed 1 TPT, Val and 2 count. No, good job. Nice. You're in at 760, okay? And then where's your stop at? Please tell me you have a stop, because right now you are underwater a little bit. So where's your stop at now, Space Jam? Good, easy day today. I don't know if I agree with the word easy, but I'm just taking a little scalps as it slowly bleeds out. On the short side or on the long side, the nated? My gains here, oddly enough, came all from shorts. This movement here, I lied. I think I had one long in here. But yeah, this was all just shorting. My biggest gain up around here. That was actually at that point a pretty decent sized pullback. But yeah, that was my biggest winning one from the short. But yeah. Yeah, well, I hesitate to ever use, I agree, Diego. I hesitate to ever use the word easy when it comes to trading. Like, I know the general essence of it. Like, it was very smooth. It was kind of anticlimactic. I understand what she's probably saying, but I don't know if smooth, or I'm sorry, if easy would be what I'd use. Come on, just come down a little bit more. You've come all this way. Let's just come down a little bit closer to this area. You're up 550 now. Good job. Like I said, I'm looking for a potential long down around this general area here. So I just need it to come down a little bit more. Yeah, smooth, basic, anticlimactic. And we have silence from Space Jam. Why do I get the impression that Space Jam's one of these people that gets in, but then just goes like this so he clicks buy, and then instead of entering in a stop loss, he just goes like this. Is that you, Space Jam? That's not really a strategy. It can work. It can work, but over the long haul, not going to work. What would you do if you were up 10,000? I would ask myself, how much of that 10,000, what number would I be happy being up? So let's just say, like, okay, Clay, I'd be happy still at 8,000. Well, then now all of a sudden I know I have $2,000 to risk the rest of the day. That's what I would do. I'm out just scalping. Okay, again, Space Jam, you are revealing your ignorance. And I mean that, I don't mean like, I'm just saying you are ignorant because that's what new traders are. They're ignorant of how you should behave. Somehow you think that I'm just scalping. Somehow you think that because you're just scalping, you don't need to manage risk. You don't need stop losses. That's incorrect, good sir. You saying, oh man, I'm just scalping does not give you a get out of jail card in terms of you not having a stop loss. Was there any news around 10:15? I don't think so. It just seems kind of like the market. Well, yeah, I mean, you can. To be fair, in scalping's defense, Diego, I could insert anything into that sentence instead of scalp. You can get burnt, anything, man, without using stop loss, without risk management. Like anything and everything, any strategy will burn you if you don't have risk management. Hey, Rafi. Again, I'm trying to be patient, waiting to go long, so I'm just kind of jabbering right now. Hey, Travis. Well, thank you, Diego. I appreciate it. RELI has news today. So is this bullish? Oh, I don't know. Hafsa, I adopt this logic. You would know your strategy way better than I ever could. So within the parameters of your strategy with your rules, I'm going to throw the question back at you. I don't know. So is it bullish? Is RELI with that news bullish for your strategy within your set of rules? Oh, Diego, please don't tell me you're day trading options. Diego, please, as somebody that's new, please don't tell me you're day trading options. My friend, there are better ways to go about day trading. Buying short, bearish. That's the most confusing sentence I've ever heard. What do you mean? You mean you're covering your short? Oh, you swing trade? Okay, fair enough then. Didn't they just have earnings or no? Okay, Hafsa, I say this out of love. You probably should not have any money in the market if you're using ChatGPT to answer these questions for you. That tells me you do not have a strategy. So maybe tap the brakes, my friend. Go do a little bit more learning. Develop a strategy. I wish it were so that the secret holy grail to making money is just to ask ChatGPT. I wish it worked that way. It don't. Kind of interested in a potential short here. Like we have a little miniature. All right, I can get rid of that level now, though. And we have this bear pennant here. But I just don't like it because on the 5-minute, the bear pennant is unfortunately, good grief. There we go. The bear pennant here is forming right above this 50-period simple moving average. So even if it were to break down, is it one of these things where it's going to break down and then get a snap back out? I don't know. So I just don't really like the location of the bull pennant, or excuse me, the bear pennant. Trump speaks at 12:15. All right, noted. I'm short, looking to exit under 700. Where's your stop at? I'm assuming your stop is 88. That's my guess. 88 or 91. Let's see how good I am for Brian. 88 or 91. Where's your stop? $8.39. Huh? Oh, dang! You're giving that thing some wiggle room. I made 1,400 daily limit in my test account in under 20 seconds on that massive drop. Yeah, Zooks, futures are no joke. All right, here we go. Well, here we go. This is what I've been looking for. In. Long. Out there for a little scalpy scalp. Just wanted to start the day off with the winner. I'm learning that I like to do that for the live stream. Just kind of get my feet under me, get a victory under my belt. So just a little scalpy scalp there. I don't even know how much I made on it. I think about $45, something like that. Hey Clay, is it possible to have 2 time frames up at the same? Yeah. Like over here, I have other monitors with other charts and other time frames, and yes, it's all at the same time. Oh, that's never fun, Diego. I've been my own victim of pressing wrong buttons before. Unfortunately, that account got roasted, Matt man. So I didn't want to get in his way, but my ultimate again, Space Jam, you're gonna get roasted, my friend. It's only a time before you get roasted. Anybody with experience is seeing how you're like talking. You're not using stop losses. You think somehow that just because you're scalping means that you don't have to do risk management. Like, you're gonna get roasted. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I realize I sound like one. I realize I sound like a hater because you're making money, and now I'm not like saying good job for making money. But unfortunately, in the markets, bad ideas can make money from time to time. Bad habits can make money. And you're like I said, dude, the writing's on the wall. But you're also kind of, I don't know. Sometimes I don't even know if you're a real person. Sometimes I wonder if you're a bot. What was I saying? Oh, but back to Bald Eagle. So my advice to him in hindsight was kind of like, you were up enough money to have at least gotten a payout to pay for that account itself. I'd say that's because, there is a fair question. Okay, well, like, when do I actually take a payout? Like, where is that line in the sand? And I'm not saying this has to be the line in the sand, but I was like, you did have your account paid for. So maybe next time you get to that phase, that is your line in the sand. Let's at least get the account paid for. And that way, from that point moving forward, you're totally playing literally risk-free at that point. Because you've gotten paid back what you spent on the account. And from there, you can kind of go. So that was... And he's like, yeah, that's true. And I don't know, maybe I should have told him that at the time, but he was in a groove, and I didn't want to get in the way. But yeah, but yes, unfortunately, that account is gone. Crazy though, that first pro account, he got himself into payout territory. I mean, Diego, yeah, get to know Space Jam. He might be a bot. You like it, Frugal? Okay. I'm getting some t-shirts. See, and then just like that, I don't know. I'm out, Clay. ... Have fun trading. I think Space Jam's an algorithm. I think he's been sent back from the future, and he's actually looking for John Connor. That's what I think Space Jam is. All right, maybe another trade down here. I want to see it come down to this area, not necessarily hit the yellow line, but get down around here, and then if it starts to come back up, I'll look to grab along again. Okay, come on. There we go. Yep, good. That's what I wanted. Let's put the green line right there to see if it wants to. Well, now if it keeps dropping down, I'll have to wave the white flag. Yeah, it's getting... Yeah, all right, I can't... My risk profile is going to be too big at that point. I guess no, a little speculative. Yeah, he's got to go recharge, yeah. Oh, you get some of the best, I don't know. Hey man, you should probably use some risk management stop loss. Well, I'm just scalping. Okay, you should probably still use some risk management and stop losses. Just tell me you don't know what you're doing without telling me you don't know what you're doing with answers like that. But we've all been there. We've all been there. And still, nobody. I have yet to have my beginnings beat in terms of stupidity. That's why I speak freely in calling other people out for their stupidity, because I assure you, I recognize stupidity because I'm at king of the mountain of stupidity. Moron Mountain, I have my throne upon that peak. I was very stupid. Yeah, Diego? Well, did you think you were going to get rich from a stainless steel muffler penny stock company? Yeah? I bet you weren't that stupid. Okay, here we go. I'm buying that if it comes back up now. Again, we'll buy, but only if it comes up to that. Okay, never mind now. Risk profile is too big. So again, just trying to wait for confirmation, and the live stream so far has been a kind of a good sales pitch for waiting for confirmation, because it can help you avoid losing trades. But again, to try to always keep it balanced, the trade-off to that is sometimes you'll miss a winning trade by waiting for confirmation. So there are no holy grails. As my favorite economist, Thomas Sowell, says, there are no solutions. There are only trade-offs. Well, looking back, this bear pennant played out beautifully. Good old hindsight. But look at the 5 minute. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. One green candle out of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So out of the past 50 minutes, one green candle, and it was barely green. Crazy. Thomas Sowell is so underrated. Oh yeah, no, dude, it's great. All right, well, back to the drawing board now. It's looking like this area. I mean, it did hold up a little bit. Got a couple little bounces. I got a winning trade there, but ultimately, it really didn't step up too much. So, we'll see down around this yellow line here now if it wants to come down there. Ooh, that's an interesting candle. I will take a swing at that. Entry point, green line. Stop loss. Let me move that down a little bit more. There we go. Again, entry point, green line, stop loss, red. I do like this candle right here. Maybe this is some sort of bottom trying to form. Again, looking to get long at the green line. My stop is the red. Now it's heading back up, so never mind. I'm trying, chat. I am trying. Well, had a happy accident. Oh, I like happy accident. I bought a 50K for the sole purpose of being super aggressive to get a third pro locked in. Made 950 and shorter, then realized I was in my pro. Oh, yeah. Yes, that is a very happy accident. Well, that's awesome. Goodness. Yeah, yeah. I don't think that's really a take profit trader thing. I think you're in Tradovate. That would more so be a Tradovate thing. I think. But as far as I'm aware, Tradovate would control all of what you're proposing. I could be wrong. Maybe take profit trader could do something like that. But as far as I'm, with my understanding, that's a Tradovate issue. Oh yeah, yeah, that exactly. All right, Greg is long at 732. I can see that. I can see that. I'm not calling Greg crazy at all. I'm wondering right now if I want to get long here. My only hesitation now of if this comes back down on the 5 minute, what I would be doing is I would be buying this failed bounce. Because on the 5 minute, it was just up here. So do I really want to now be getting long on a failed bounce on the 5 minute? To be fair, maybe it's not a failed bounce. Maybe it's just a quick little pullback and goes back up. But still, I mean, technically speaking, this price was up here. And if I'm buying down here, that means the price was up here and it's dropped all the way back down. So a failed bounce. Now, it may not, like I said, it may not keep failing, but that doesn't change the fact that it is a failed bounce. Oh, that looks so juicy, though. Oh, man. Yeah, again, here's what that would look like on the 5 minute. If I were to be buying on the 2 minute, which looks kind of interesting. I don't know. That's kind of scary to be buying down here with the candle with a big old upper shadow. If you see something different and you're like, no, 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 that's good for me. Hey, more power to you. Go for it. Hey, Sharky. Good to see you. Sharky was new to the live stream yesterday. Showed that back up again today. Good to see you, Sharky. Hopefully I see that big old beautiful face on a routine basis now. Man. I guess my better judge, I don't know. I guess I could just do two, but. Hey, CDP. Good morning, Eggy. All right, I'm going to do this. If this thing comes down here one more time and then comes back up again, I will try a long. But let's just see it one more time. Again, drop down to this general area. Come on, come down some more. Come down some more. Hey, Casey. Long 694, stop 679. Roger that, Hoover. Appreciate the trade plan ahead of time as always. All right, well, I wanted this one to drop down a little bit more than what it has. That 5 minute is just that 5 minute is a Monka S right now. Remember, we learned what Monka S was. Right here. Monk S is a Twitch emoji depicting nervous, sweating version. Okay. Okay, the S stands for scared. Gotcha. It's a popular in live streaming chat to show a collective worried reaction to a dangerous. Yes. Okay, so that I am totally using that properly. The 5 minute is a Monka S right now. Again, 5 minute for me to go long right now. Monka S right here. Okay, we're all learning some Twitch lingo together. All the younger folks are probably just, this is so cringe. I think they're probably saying that. Oh, this is so cringe right now. But hey, I'm just trying to keep up with the times, you younger folk. I remember you watching you scalp Tesla and other stocks back in the early 20s. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, for years did the Tesla and all those. Yep. But 2023, I mean, I know in your world you're like, man, I watched this guy like 2 years ago. 2023 seems like yesterday. I mean, I got involved in the markets in 2006, so... Okay, here we go. It did come back up. think I got to give it a try. Okay, I'm in. Push. It's behind those letters right now. I wish I could get those. I guess I could. Nope, I can't. Can't get them to go away. There we go. Took that one out. Let's put my stop loss in winner territory. And now I'm just going to follow this up with my stop. So this will be a green trade no matter what. I just don't know how much of a green trade because I don't know how high this will go. Great spot to be in as a trader where your only unknown is how much money am I going to make? Not if you make money, but how much am I going to make? No, come on. Go back up. All right. Stopped out there. So yes, I was positioned properly, but I guess I lost track of the 5 minute over here. Look right where it got rejected, right at the purple line. So I guess I can't be too shocked by that. But there we go. At the end of the day, though, the management was solid. In what way? Well, I had myself positioned. I was ready, had this thing gone on some sort of grind higher. I was in, I had locked in profits, managed risk, all that. I was positioned. It just didn't work out. My timing was slightly off. But in terms of the habits there, I'm very pleased with that trade. Because as traders, you want to have yourself positioned where what if a big move happens? If you can answer, well, then I would have had a big trade. Then there you go. But either way, like I said, that was a green trade. At that moment in time, it was just a question of, okay, let's see if I can get the move. And if the move happened, it was going to be a good time. Is it worth trading today? We got Trump speaking. Well, I don't know, Townsy. What's your strategy? I'm gonna use this logic. You know your strategy. You know your rules better than myself or anybody else could. So I'm gonna throw the ball back to you. What does your strategy say? Does your strategy say that it's worth trading today with Trump speaking? I am not presumptuous enough to think that I know your own strategy and your own rules better than you, the creator of your own strategy and your own rules, So I think the most honest way to go about that is just to, like I said, throw the ball back in your court. Yeah, it's a bad day to trade for me. Well, then there you go. Did anybody else take that long? Give me a 1 if anybody took that long. And maybe you're still in. So yeah, give me a 1 if you took that. No, let's do this. Give me a 1 if you took that long. Give me a 1.5 if you took it and you're still in. So 1 if you took it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, this 5 minute is real Monka-esque right now. For the longs, that is. If you're a short, you're absolutely loving the way that. Oh my goodness. That is dirty. This sort of movement is illegal in 17 states. Wow. Mac, what's up, buddy? I just hit my profit target for 2 150K accounts. Only need 2 more days to pass. And yes. Awesome, Max. Congrats, man. Very good job, Max. So Max is a fan of the 150K accounts. I have a feeling that today the day is not going to have any direction. Townsy, I say this with all due respect, but I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. You don't think the day is going to have any direction? My friend, I'm not sure that there's any more direction than that. Or even right now, I'm not sure there's any more direction than this. I don't know what you mean by that statement. That on a day like today, that seems like, wait, what? Like if there was ever a day for direction, it was days where like, look at this. There was one red candle out of all these candles here. One red. I would say that's some upwards direction right here. Out of all these candles here, there was, like one green right there. I would say that's some direction right there. To be fair to you, maybe I should have said because I'm working and trading is not possible for me to catch a move. Okay, well, yeah, that's a little bit different there. Appreciate the clarification. No, no. Stop using the word easy, Max. We had this conversation earlier. I think what you mean is like today was smooth. Today was anticlimactic. You got in and things just worked well. Like it was smooth action for you, very anticlimactic, not tricky for you. I think that's what you mean by but nothing is trading is not easy. I just quiver when I hear the people use the word easy. I caught that entire short. Neil, it'd be so much cooler if you would just post stuff ahead of time. It'd be so much better that way. Then you'd be like, hey man, look, I called it out right there. You know what I mean, Neil? That'd be so intense. But this move here was dirty. That was nasty. Nice lower shadows, nice green candle, acting like it was maybe wanting to make a little bit of a push to just get completely not only wiped away, and then just even down. Nasty move here. I have deleted my buy in this market. I hope not, Zooks. You're not going to be able to get out of a short. You're going to trap yourself in a short if you deleted your buy. I know what you mean, though. I'm giving you a hard time. I know what you mean. I mean, that's fine, Neil. I totally get it. Like, if you're not able to give alerts, that's fine. But all I'm saying is you should know by now, people that show up and are just like, yeah, I got short right here, and I captured the entire move. It's like, okay. Like, I guess, maybe, but this is the internet. But had you said, like, when the price was still right there, had you been calling this out as your short, and then we watched this all play out, it's like, okay, great job, Neil. It's much easier to celebrate with somebody under those circumstances than, the circumstance of, trust me, bro, I did this in hindsight. It's like, okay. But trust me, bro, on the internet is a little sketchy. Yeah, it has almost given back everything. I'm bearish. If there's a bounce back up to this general area here, I'm going to look for a potential short. Yeah, that too, John. That is a way to do it. No, Joey. I am. I've never even heard of them. I use Take Profit Trader, as I believe they are by far the best in the prop firm industry. All right, here we go. Maybe a short here. I'm in. What is this action? All right, I'm out. That was, I don't know what was going on. Let me try something here. Oh, that was fast. I guess I was just slow on the trigger. It seemed like I should have been able to get one out right there, but yeah. I'm still having flashbacks to last week when everything was goofy, and then one of you beautiful souls. It might be your internet, and then my famous last words. Oh no, it's definitely not my internet, because I was looking at the YouTube and it said excellent connection, and then it was my internet. So I'm a little, and plus, Tradeovate had those issues last week, so I'm a little paranoid for a couple different reasons. Yeah, Bill, I don't know if you're still here. I'll get your emails when the live stream's over, but I'm not quite sure I exactly understand what's going on, but I'll try to take a look. All right, well, we still got a potential chance here if this wants to. So if this comes back up here, bumps its head, and then starts to come back down, I'll look for another short. I'd like to still be in it, but like I said, that was a little goofy. Okay, here we go. Yep, come up some more. Come up some more. No, I think that was just that was me. That was me on that one. I was just too slow on the trigger, I guess. Okay, there we go. Good. Put in a sell down here if it wants to come back down to that area. Again, we'll get short at that red line if it wants to come back down. Okay, so Sharky is looking for a fake breakout of 785. Okay, I'm short now. All right, let's see if this thing wants to get rejected back down. That's right, Ty. You're having a good day because of that happy accident. Again, I'm short. Trying to see if this thing wants to come back down. I know I've had some chances at a scalpy scalp. I'm aware. But trying to let this one work for me and trust it. So just seeing if the trend wants to, I'm trying to go with the trend here, folks. Everybody just says, Clay, just go with the trend. Okay, I'm trying to go with the trend. Let's see if it wants to roll back over and continue on with the trend. Right, the trend is up, down, up, down. Now I'm just trying to see if this wants to happen. Trying to just go with the trend. Just trying to go with the trend. Come on. Oh, come on, brother. Come on. All right, I'm out. Done with the games. Done with them. Done with them. Giving you plenty of time. Plenty of time. You're just sitting here putzing around. I'm out. Broke my spirits. The market, you win. I could not stand the heat in the kitchen. Now, I still got a winning trade, but the market did win in terms of breaking my spirit of patience. So my ego wants to see this thing. Actually, no. I do want to see this come down. Because if this pattern doesn't work out, I'm gonna start to question quite a bit. Like, what is this market doing? So yes, I realize if it goes up, I'll look smart for getting out where I did. But no, that would, I think, do for my psyche. That'd do more damage because it'd be like, man, how did this setup not work out? So if it comes back up here and then comes back down, I will be getting short again, brothers and sisters. I question everything on the 300-point move up this morning. I don't know. Do we really need to question anything after yesterday? Yesterday was absolutely bonkers. I'm not sure any. I don't think there are any questions. Clay, That's good. Clay, quick question. Is there anything I need to do after I pass my TBD veil? Yeah, they'll just email you. They'll reach out, say basically congrats, and then just read the emails at the end of the day, Lance. Did you pass one? Stopped out minus 50. Good discipline, Greg. Well, Ty, in the back of your mind, you realize like odds are this is not going to be what actually happened because moves like this morning are not normal. So that's why you're like, okay, this is not happening because the vast majority of the time it doesn't happen. So, I mean, that makes perfect sense. Your mind was trying to play the probabilities. So no way in shape or form would I call you crazy or anything. That makes good sense. I passed with your code. I'm pretty happy even though, well, good job. See there, okay, that makes me feel better. The pattern is playing out as it should. I just, like I said, the market broke my spirit. You won, you got it. Is anybody else here still short? Hey, good job, Elizabeth, congrats. Anybody here, give me a 2 if you're still short. If you took that trade, but the market did not break your spirit. Hey, Ant Scalping. Hello, Walang. P Finish, good. Greg is short at 81, roger that. I'm still short. Well, no, okay, from 885. I was reading all the comments and missed the entry. Whoops. I just passed my account. Oh, nice job, Ed. I'm out for the day, made my limit. How many accounts do you have, Ed? Are you doing the racehorse model or what does that look like? My second account, it took me 4 months to blow the first. Then I passed immediately. I can't. Good job, Lance. Congrats, man. Way to keep at it. I've been short for a whole while now. I have no proof, so I know. There you go, Mastery. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. And in this situation, I did ask. So I appreciate that. Okay. One thing to note, though, we're not totally close, but on the 5-minute, we are getting close to another potential area that might be a problem for shorts and a good thing for longs. We have the pink line here, the 200 period moving average. We also have that pivot point. So neither of these things guarantee a bounce, but that would be an area where I'd be pretty interested in. So right around, I don't know, 630-ish might be interesting if the price comes on down via the 5-minute here. But and then there is that pivot point also here on the 2-minute right there. But as of right now, kind of just wanting to see. I mean, I guess there could be a potential long here. You're getting quite a bit of buyers there, and if we get a hammer right there, it might be something to work with. Just something to consider, Ed, if you think that you are really in line with the market today, you're in a groove. I mean, a racehorse model, I know you have your one maxed out, but I mean, if you're feeling in the groove, get another one fired up. Keep training them horses. Oh, CDP, I tried with him. I tried. He continues to make his life more difficult than it needs to be with these day trading options. What's the saying? You can lead a horse to a water, but yeah. Thanks, Lance. I appreciate that. Thanks for feeding my kids. Code Clay feeds hungry kids. I have 6 of them, and I assure you they are hungry. So yes, if you use code Clay, you are feeding hungry children. How did you get the gray blob on the right here? By doing the gray blob, also known as the volume profile Zooks. Here, and then right there. Day volume profile. That is where the gray blob comes from. Never met a horse that wasn't an ace. Oh, Fuzzy, I don't know. Wow, that's bannable. That's a bannable joke right there. Man, what are you and Kyle brothers? Another good day for Orville. Well done, sir. Yeah, oh, that's it. Yeah, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink the Kool-Aid. This is too choppy for me right now. Can't seem to break 1900, and it keeps going. And keep it going. I just get above and give it back. Back and forth. Yeah, I guess maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know. Is this choppy action? I will say this. This was a nasty move to longs. That thing was brutal right there. But like this right here, I mean, that's just classic I mean, that's just that's a thing of beauty. But again, I realize everybody's strategies are a little bit different. Thanks, bought 5. Thank you, Zooks, and good job. Start a GoFundMe account for yeah. I wonder what that GoFundMe, like, however the description would say. I am a degenerate. Cash for prop firms. Because she's a wise woman, patient trader. That's the proper reply to that comment. Because she is a wise woman. No, you're fine, Nated. You're fine. Missed out on the shorts, Clay. You did? No, I was in the shorts. I didn't miss out, but the market broke. I didn't miss out. The markets broke my spirit. That would be the more accurate description of what happened. I was in a short. I did make money on it, but I could have made a lot more, but the markets broke my spirit. Hey, if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it helps. So would like to get this up to our first kind of big milestone, 100 likes. So yeah, if you're enjoying in any way, hit that like button. If you're new, welcome. Great to have you. Don't worry about hitting the like button because I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy and find any value or entertainment. But for those of you that know you have or will, and you just simply forgot to hit it, here is a friendly reminder. It helps. All right, see you later, Nated. Yeah, Kyle probably does do that. I can picture Kyle doing that. Again, I'm more so interested from the long side based on the 5-minute as I bring it back over here. Down around this area, I don't know, maybe I'm being too pie in the sky, thinking the price will work down there. But that's what I'm trying to be patient for. But right now, it's just not necessarily happening. Now, I am still bearish. If this starts to pop up more, I'll be looking for a short. Do you have your setup for 1 day, 1 second, or 1 minute? Well, what we're looking at here is the 2-minute time frame, and then what I just brought over was the 5-minute time frame. Hey, CDP, I say this like, hopefully you understand where I'm coming from. I hope you can put yourself in my shoes, but I'm not quite sure what would be the point of me answering those questions. You don't listen to me anyways. What do you mean I don't listen to you? The fact that you're still day trading options shows that you don't really listen, you know? I presented bona fide math to you about why what you're doing mathematically, therefore logically, makes no sense, and you're still doing it. So, I mean, again, put yourself in my shoes. With all due respect, does it really matter? I don't think it does. I don't think you're going to listen anyways. No, HR, you got the exact same P&L as me? No. Oh, no, yours is in the red? Well, it happens. It happens. Just keep on fighting. 569 is the target overall. I understand it doesn't have to do with that, CDP. It has to do with you just not listening to anything I say. Because that options versus futures was like literally no opinion there. That's what I like about math. There is no opinions in math. Math is math. That's why math is logic. So when I say what you're doing makes no sense, I mean that logically because the math illustrates how you're not going against or how you're going against logic. So yes, no, that would be the epitome of why if you're not going to listen to a mathematically based logical answer, then what makes me think you listen to anything else? You know what I mean? I got in at 615, rode it all the way up, hoping to close at 25K, but rode everything back down. So holding, hoping this was huge, just manipulation, just get back. All right, John, a lot of hoping. Jonathan, I'm guessing you're maybe on the newer side. So I'll just say my experience with hoping is, yeah, I mean, it can bail you out from time to time, but within the bigger picture, holding and hoping is not really a viable day trader strategy over the long haul. Not to say that it can't work time to time. All right. I'd like to see it come up a little bit more. I am definitely interested in a short up around this area of the chart if it comes back up there, but at this point, not looking like it's going to make enough of a push back up. We'll see, though. What time frame do you use, William? Hold and pray works 1% better. Yeah, there we go. It's all a game of percentages. I promise, William, I'm answering your question by asking you this question. So what time frame do you use? And on top of that, why do you use that time frame? Does seem like there are some buyers starting to show up. All these long lower shadows do represent buyers. So to get short anywhere around here, yeah, that's why, okay, I don't mind getting short up around there, but short down around here when there's seemingly starting to be a track record of buyers showing up, me personally has me nervous. I start looking from 4, then reduce to 5 over. Okay, so so why do you use the 4 and then the 5, reduce to 5? Why do you do that, William? Okay, so why do you use the 4 hour? Okay, here we go. Wow, this yellow line doing work. Again, interested in a short up around this general area. I do. Yeah, that would be the racehorse model, Lance. You want to keep training new horses. Not that you have to activate them right away after you pass them, but just to know from a mental standpoint, it's kind of pressure alleviating to know that while you're training with a pro account, you have other pros just sitting there waiting for you in the stable. Looking for overextensions and... Okay, so, William, I think what you just said is, well, I use the 4 hour because it helps me implement my personal strategy. Is that a fair interpretation of what you just said, William? Again, you use the 4 hour because using the 4 hour helps me implement my personal strategy. I think that's what another way of saying what you just said. Is that fair, William? Correct. Okay, well, I give the same answer. That's why I use the 2 minute. All right, here we go. Clay, do you go to pro accounts or do you have... Yeah, I have pro accounts. I was long gold, made around 90K in 3 weeks. Then when the massive crash happened, I gave it all back to the markets overnight. Never had used a stop loss. Had to open. Yeah. That's the thing, Jonathan. You need to learn the difference between realized and unrealized gains. You never made $90,000. You were up $90,000, but you never made it. In order to make $90,000, you have to actually sell, aka realize the gains. But yes, that is kind of a concept that I don't think everybody always necessarily understands. In order to make money, you actually have to sell your position. You have to exit your position to quote unquote make money. Spy trade, hello. Well, another thing you're going to notice, Lance, is that with the pro account, you're probably going to end up trading really scared because you're going to be like, I don't want to lose this account because if I do, I have to go through the test phase again. Whereas if you already have accounts that are past the test phase, you're going to be able to alleviate that because you're going to know, okay, it's not the end of the world if I lose this account because I still do have other past accounts sitting over here. And plus, it'll help be proactive against the pro account reset fee, which is very expensive. All right, coming back down. Getting right around 6:30-ish, interested in a potential long. Hey, Miss Tiny Sniper. I allocate part of my savings to the prop firm. Sir, I am intraday trader and Lightspeed. Yikes. I used to use Lightspeed, but I do not risk my own... Well, I risk very, very little of my own capital these days. That's the great thing about prop firms. The amount of your own personal capital at risk, very minimal. So yes, I used to do Lightspeed, but not anymore. Because using Lightspeed, that means all of your capital is at risk. I don't like that math. I like the math where very little of my capital is at risk. But then I have a whole lot of upside potential. Sounds good, John. Oh, come on. This is where being disciplined and being patient feels like such a scam. Just come down here. That's what I told the chat. I don't want to break my word. Why do you keep toying with me? Come on down here, brother. Come on. So that is what I'm waiting for. Trying to be patient. I will also say that MNQs, which is what these are, so this is the same account. This is my NQ trades for the day, and then this is my MNQ trades. So my point here is that all the gains have come from MNQ. I know, like, the testosterone ego-filled, like, I'm a Hollywood trader, so I got to talk a big game. I realize, like, that crowd will make you think if you use any of the micros, like, you're a loser. But, like, don't be a dent, okay? Money... Risk management is way more important than trying to sound cool. So just keep in mind that MNQs, they can add up very nicely. Well, what country are you in, SPY trades? Yes, correct. That's what Pro Plus means. Yeah, no, exactly. No, there's so many benefits. India? Okay. Then what I am doing and what you could do is I'm using a prop firm. That prop firm is open to people in India. Take Profit Trader. So what you would do is if you go to the link at the top of the screen real quick. First thing you do is select your purchasing power. Make sure to use code CLAY so you get 40% off. So select your purchasing power. Buy that account. And then during the checkout process, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. I am using Tradovate. So that is what you see here. So what I'm doing is 2 layers. Layer number 1, I am trading in a prop firm, that prop firm being Take Profit Trader. Layer number 2, through that prop firm, I am using Tradovate. Yeah, Jonathan, I think you got to just step back a little bit, brother, and get a little bit more of your, I mean, congrats to you in life. It sounds like you have quite a bit of money to throw around. So it sounds like you're making some good choices in other areas of life. But yeah, you probably want to get a little bit more risk management under your belt here. Okay. I'm going to have to do a rule break. What is up with that? Come on now. I will buy at the green line.
Stop field. Stop field.
I am long. Got that one out. Come on, push up some more. What? Huh? There we go. Okay, yeah, something's not right here. This is all delayed. Okay, this will be a green trade now. I just want to follow it up with the stop. My stop is at break even for the final contract here. But let's see if this thing wants to... I will do that. I'll put my stop, or I'll take it off right there. I mean, I'd be very happy if it can get all the way up there. That'd be like a 30-some point move on this final one. Okay. Move my stop a little bit more. So either way, this will be a green trade. Watch this thing hit me and then just explode. Keep going. I would love that juicy 30 points. Come on. Come on, do it. Do it, brother. Nope. Well, I also close yet far away. Wow. All right, well, I'm glad I got... Goodness. Well, that was dirty. I'm glad I played it the way I did. Good grief. Oh, I was so close. How did you not fill me? Man, that would have been the perfect exit too. I literally would have nailed the top. Man, I would have grown some hair in my chest if I would have gotten that one. Yeah, the code will work. Yeah, any Black Friday deals, code CLAY will work. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Spy Trade. If you do what I just walked you through, if you trade futures through a prop firm, you have very minimal risk because your only risk is whatever you bought the account for. So if you buy an account for, the $100, well, that is your risk. Because worst case that can happen, the biggest consequence to you is that You break the rules, you lose too much, and then they take the account away from you, which means you're out $100. Wild, Jimbo, wild. I'm still, Jim, I don't know, man. I just want my friend Jimbo to get a payout. That's all I want. And he's been so close a couple times. And then, I don't know. Ruined my day. Hoping for Black Friday they do the free account fee when passing thing. Oh, yeah, Kevin. I could see that being a possibility. Okay, Kevin S. You actually have that. So, Kevin S., if I say this is a Monka S situation, do you have any idea what I mean, Kevin S., with that emoji? You seem like you must be a gamer on Twitch or something. I'm like, oh, man, this is Monka S. Do you have any idea what I'm saying? All right, I'm not sure why this line is here anymore. I'm going to get rid of it at this point. But stress trader. Okay, all right, see? All right. This might be a short here if it wants to come back down. I will take that short. If it wants to come back down. Close, close, close. No, I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass. Reason being the 5 minute. Yeah, no, that wasn't been enough. It did maybe put me in the green a little bit, but not enough at this point. Now, it still wouldn't have been a losing trade, but I can't say, oh, I missed out on a winning trade. No, no. Again, SPY. I'm telling you right now, no, you don't worry about stocks. Trade futures. Futures move way better than stocks. Beastie, John. I tried to get him into trading a long time ago when I would talk in the chat box, but that is months ago. And he made a comment, I don't know, that feels like it would be like a job. But I think he'd be really good at it. Like the professionals in Age of Empires, like they're super smart people. Not to mention they have really good, ability to move and click and blah, blah, blah. But like that's such a strategy game. They're so good at logic and math and all that sort of stuff because that's all that game is. It's trying to exploit little mathematical things within the algorithm itself. Like they're all very intelligent, and you have to be that good at the game. The way they understand and memorize, it's like, man, you guys would make great traders. Well, I mean, I like one game. I'm not a gamer. I just remember Age of Empires from a kid. I played it, and now sometimes the kids and I will watch the professional gamers, which is so impressive. It's crazy, crazy. All right, let's keep an eye on that. Trump is about to speak. No, he's not. All right, we got to do our guessing game like we always do. Okay, Trump is scheduled to speak at 12:15 p.m. Eastern. What time do you think he's actually going to speak? I'm going to get it a little wild, and I think he might only be 7 minutes late. So I'm going to say 12:22 p.m. Eastern. Please talk to me in Eastern time. 12:22 for me. Again, he's supposed to start at 12:15 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to try to err on the side of, I'm going to get really gutsy and say he's only be 7 minutes late. Wow, some people think he's going to be over an hour late. Wow. Okay, here we go. So in my defense, I'm glad I did avoid and never did do that trade here, but maybe now a short up around here. All right, let's see what happens up here. Interested in a short. He's actually scheduled for 12. All right, I thought somebody earlier said 12:15, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I think it gets through the VWAP this time, so I'm a little bit more interested up around here for a potential short. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the VWAP does smack it back down, but I don't think so. And I'm trying to go with the trend. The trend has been slowly drifting down. So I am looking for a short. Forex Factory says 12:15. All right, maybe the VWAP is going to do its job. Okay, VWAP, I'm sorry. I disrespected you. That's on me. That would have been a nice little scalpy scalp. That's on me. Huh? Okay, here we go. Trying to push up. I don't know. Is this the break where it clears all this and then we get like, I don't know, a pop up to 775-ish? Hey, Steel in Tennessee. So what one do you use, Chester? Which time frame do you use? I mean, we are getting somewhat of an ascent. I mean, not somewhat. If we just want to kind of consider this general congestion area, the top part of the pattern. I mean, we do have basically an ascending triangle here that is. Wow, VWAP. I'm sorry, VWAP. I disrespected you. I didn't believe in the VWAP, and it was like, I'll show you, boy. Buddy, I am in a prop firm, so I don't have to do that math. The math is very straightforward. If you so for $102, you can get up to 6 NQ contracts per trade or 60 micros. Very easy. There's the math. That's their cost. For $102, up to 6 NQs or 60 MNQs. And that's per trade, and because there's no pattern day trade rule in futures, you can have as many day trades as you want. So, buddy, you don't have to do any of that math. The math with the prop firm, very easy. Okay, use the 1 minute. Why do you use the 1 minute, Chester? Why? I promise, Chester, I am actually answering your question by asking you these questions. Wow. Okay, I cannot short this breakdown here. That seems like a total chase. So if I get left behind, then so be it. But I can't take that short on the break. Wow. Woo! That VWAP is making me look like a total dent. I mean, you can, fine. I can, but I'm not willing. I just started that way. Okay, well, whoa, hey, ala shalamaman. What was that? Okay, somebody's saying something. Is Trump speaking right now? Okay, he is. Okay, that would make sense. I'm going to just stand back and observe for now if Trump is speaking. Yeah, Ill Canada for sure. Yeah, is he early? Short the momentum. Okay, Alejandro, you short the momentum. Where's your entry point at? Where are you getting short at? And then where's your stop? Can you give us those two numbers, Mr. Alejandro? Wasn't there a Lady Gaga song about Alejandro? What? Yeah, I think there might. I think Lady Gaga might have written a song about you. Allah shallah mama. You blew your account yesterday. Then what are you doing here telling people to short the momentum? What in the world? Don't you think that's a little goofy? Somebody that just blew their account yesterday is now telling the chat what to do? Call my name? Are we not? Zooks. Yes. You're more than welcome to trade when he's speaking. But be prepared to either make a whole bunch of money or get absolutely just punched in the face. So it's just my personal policy. I don't really want to speak, or I don't really want to trade. I have a 99.9% win rate on QQQ. Awesome. Maybe if I'm a good boy someday, Nate makes, you'll invite me to one of your private islands on one of your private jets. Because you must be like you might be Elon. I don't know. Does Elon Musk know about you? He might need to be chasing you for net worth. Soon, yeah. No, I mean, it should be very soon. If you're at 99.9, I mean, it should be like ASAP. Okay, Chester, what I'm getting at is, why do I use a 2-minute? I talked about this earlier. Because it allows me to implement my strategy the best. That's why. There's nothing magical about 1 minute, 2 minute. It's just what helps you implement your strategy best. For me, it's the 2-minute. Other people would be like, well, for me, the 1 minute helps me implement my strategy best. Cool. Other people are like, no, I like the 3-minute. The 3-minute helps me implement my strategy better. Cool. That's why, because it helps me implement my strategy. That doesn't mean that it's going to work for you, though. That's where trading takes blood, sweat, and tears. Trump is starting to speak. Okay, Hoover, I thought he had already been speaking. The chat, I got to be honest, the chat is literally the worst spot to get news, I've learned. Because you have, every single time, you have 18 different versions. He is speaking. No, he's not speaking. No, he will be speaking. No, he's done speaking. No, that was a recording of him speaking. No, that's tomorrow that he speaks. All in the same event. It's wild. Again, you already trade with Lightspeed. So you're already using charts, I assume. So just use charts to trade futures. That's all. That's the nice thing about charts is, if you like, for example, if you've been, well, I like stocks and I like bull flags. Well, guess what? Bull flags exist in futures. Well, I trade stocks and I like a cup and handle pattern. Great news. Cup and handles exist in futures too. So just, if you want to have better risk control because you're not risking all your funds, then I'm not quite sure what else to tell you, Spy Trade. I'm trying to help you out. Go to Take Profit Trader, get a prop account, and then through them, trade futures. And then just use charts like you're already doing. The only difference is, instead of using charts to trade stocks, you're now using charts to trade futures. That's the difference. I'm watching him live, and he's telling everyone to use code CLAY. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it, Ty? I am quite honored. You need every time frame. So you need the 1 second, the 2 second, the 3 second, the 3.5 second. What is it? What do you mean you need every time frame? I guess, do you need the 1.1 second time frame and the 1.2 second time frame? Like, how much are we parsing this out here? You need every time frame. Oh boy. How many screens? Yeah, I mean, how many screens do you have? The Nate must have like a stadium filled, because I mean, he has a 99.9% win rate. So he's obviously filthy rich. So he must have a stadium filled with monitors so he can watch every time frame. That's wild, brother. Well, then how are you watching every time frame, Nate makes? Okay, well, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't speak whatever. Yeah, I don't even know what language is Indian. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you then. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe let me try this to you real quick. Okay, here you go. That's the best I can do. Maybe if you want to throw that into a translator, fantastic. There you go. Alejandro, I have something that's even more valuable than somebody just giving you money. I have a ticker symbol that is guaranteed profits so that you can go and get yourself some more prop firms. Do you want to know what that guaranteed ticker symbol is, Alejandro? Again, guaranteed money to take this trade. You heard that right, guaranteed. You want that guaranteed ticker symbol? Yes, sir. Here we go. Here we go. Ticker symbol JOB. You go trade ticker symbol JOB. Assuming you're not like a crack dealer, you will get money, man. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. There you go. There's the holy grail. Right there, son. Ew. Yeah, well, with that attitude, it's going to be a long life. I only trade retest. Cool. Well, feel free to map out a trade plan here, Nate Makes. If you want to give us an entry point, a stop, and a target, all three of those numbers ahead of time, we would love to see your 99.9% win rate in action, brother. I love you too, Alejandro. That's why I'm not going to just give you a handout. Yeah, I think there is actually a ticker symbol. But if you're that dented to not be able to connect the dots of what I'm saying, I don't know what to tell you, you know? Wait, what? There's a guaranteed ticker symbol and it's JOB? JOB all in. It's like, okay, I'm not quite sure there was ever any help for you anyways. I am interested in a long down around that orange line there. I don't know. I should probably be taking this short right here. Like I said, I should probably be short right now, but I'm a dent. So thank you. I won't. You won't what? Oh, don't lose hope. Okay, I see. He's replying to miss. Yes, he won't. Good. I'm glad you're not going to lose hope. I'm often trading with a 15-inch laptop, and I have 1 minute and 5 minutes that I use. Well, Matt, man, to be fair, he's 99.9% accurate. You're only 76%. So, Matt, man, in other words, sit down and shut up, okay? Go text your bearded woman and just be quiet, because he's at 99.9. You're at it. You're just a little peasant at 76%. But didn't Lady Gaga have a song about Alejandro or something? Am I imagining this? Can somebody quick do some research on that? Lady Gaga, Ali. Dude. Let's go. I know that we are young and you may love me, but I just can't be with you anymore. Oh, this is a song written from me to you. I know that we're young. And I know that you may love me, but I just can't be with you like this anymore. Alejandro. Oh. There it is. Look at this. Alejandro. All right, I'm not nuts. Man, that made my day. I'm not crazy. There literally is. Unbelievable. That just made my day. Well, what is your 99%? Like, again, you got to deliver the goods, Nate. Less chatter, more proof. Give us some trade plans. Watch, Nate. I can do what you're doing too. Watch this. Look at that. See, I can type stuff too, brother. I can flap my lips too, and I got some beautiful lips. I got some beautiful, juicy lips. I can flap them just like you are. But unfortunately, brother, just because you're flapping your lips doesn't mean anybody around here is buying what you're selling, you know? I have 2 Lambo choppers in my drive. Yeah, I mean, of course you do. That's true because you typed it. They call him Mr. Eye Candy. I'm gonna have to take that. Mr. Eye Candy. I like it. All right, looking for a long down around that orange line. That orange line represents the previous session close. Okay, so Nate is just continuing to flap his lips. Hopefully, Nate, you're kind of seeing you're seeing, you know, the issue with what you're doing here. You're just talking, man. You can give us a trade plan. Tell us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Give us those 3 numbers ahead of time. Are you able to do that or no? I mean, you will gain a lot of credibility in a hurry if you give us, you know, 100 trade plans and you're literally right 99.9 of them. All right. For me, kind of a no man's land right now. Maybe I should be getting long, but I like a short up around this green line, 21 EMA, if it can get up there. You could have taken... Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I could have, yes. You could have taken Asian low retest. Trim, trim, trim. Yeah, yeah. No, so you trade in hindsight. Yes, you know what, Nate? I can beat you. Hindsight trading like you're doing, I'm actually at a one, as is everybody else here, so you're slacking. Everybody else here, hindsight trading is at 100% win rate. At 100% win rate. If you're trading in hindsight like you just did. Oh, that's funny. No longs, Clay. No longs. Dude, don't be like that dent yesterday, Mastery. Were you here for the dude yesterday, Mastery Construction? Was that you? I kid you not. We had somebody here at late day that was like, wait, do I still have it? I do. Yeah, here we go. We had this dude yesterday. I don't know. Maybe this was Mastery Construction. Whatever you do, do not take a long. They said that like right there before, oh, you know, like 100-point move up. Yeah, the Romanian rabbit. Now, for you, Mastery Construction, fair enough. For you, maybe you don't want to go long. Fair enough. But let's all make sure we're not suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. It's a deadly disease. It makes you look like a dent. Yeah, Nate, so what hindsight is when you look back in time and said what I could have done, that's hindsight trading, right? I could look back and be like, hey, both of us, we could have bought Bitcoin for $10 a coin, right? That would be hindsight investing. Yes, JT, I do. Thanks for asking. I appreciate you caring about the children. All these bounces keep on failing. Can you reset your test account for free? Dude, come on. Hey. Aziz, think about that question real quick, my friend. Just think. Oh, did Netflix finally do their split? That's actually interesting. You actually encourage people not to do that. No, 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 John. I encourage them not to reset their pro account. Do not reset the pro account. Resetting the test account is $100. Resetting a pro account is where it gets crazy expensive. Yeah, that's true, Cash. Yeah, that is that. Yeah, I didn't. I'm actually kind of embarrassed how I didn't catch that irony. Good catch. Yeah. Here's all these. Hey, do this, do that. But I don't trade after 11. Well, then what do you? Then what makes you think that we? Yeah, good catch. Good catch. The net after commissions and all that sort of stuff. JT. Oh, the splits on Monday. Gotcha. All right, here we go. Maybe another rejection here. I'm watching for a short. Let me get locked in here. You're welcome, JT. If this thing gets rejected again, that's almost like, I think you have to take that short, don't you? Isn't there like a rule out there that says you would have to take that short? So what's going on with the 5 minute is all these bounces are continuing now to struggle with that 200 period moving average. So just a classic example of an area that would have been a support, broken below, and then supports tend to act as resistance. So that's what we're seeing here play out. Doesn't mean it'll continue to be resistance, but the 5 minute helps the 2 minute make more sense in terms of going on this general area right here. Again, if you believe in the bear pennant, I mean, we have one. I mean, if there was ever a bear pennant, there it is. Let me put the golf hole up here, make it a little bit more visual. So upside down pennant, bear pennant. So if you trust in it, well, here you go. I'm not quite sure if I trust in it yet. But we'll see. Uh-oh, Nate, you're cracking walnuts. Did it turn out okay? Golf club pattern. I don't know. I'm not sure that's what a golf club looks like. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Top part of the pattern. We're at that level. In fact, I got to get this out of here now. Okay. Okay. Let's see how it behaves at the green line, which is the 21 EMA. Hey, Autumn Labs. Oh, back down again it went. I didn't have the heart. I wanted to see it at least hit that level. These rejections are delightful. They are. They are. A break of the downside here. I'd say the first profit target at that pivot point. Okay. So what I'm going to do is if this thing pops up and then comes back down, I'm going to get short right there. Dangerous because I'm anticipating the breakdown. I would not have any confirmation that it actually wants to break down, but never came up really high enough. I guess I could get short here, stop right there, break down or get out. Is Trump still talking right now? I forgot about that. Is Trump still talking? Is Trump still talking? Yes? Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then. I did not realize that. Okay. Never mind. Trump is still talking. So if you have a policy where you try to avoid trading when he's talking, FYI. No clue. Well, I mean, in my opinion, that's always kind of a good thing to know. Flapping his lips in the air. Like he just don't care. His middle name is Blair. Uh-oh, what happened, Naded? What happened? I asked my neighbor to change my trading password so I won't touch this thing today. Good idea, Chino. I like it. That's what we call getting creative in the spirit of risk management. Again, I do like this setup here, but with Trump talking, man, this can go from a beautiful situation all of a sudden turning around. Yeah, no, he is talking right now, especially with the Saudi guy, right? So there's a very real threat that he could threat in the sense of creating crazy movement, that he could bring up some sort of economic thing. Yeah, especially if he's live on Fox Business. So in other words, it pertains to business. Okay, I'm just gonna paper trade it. I'd buy right here if it came back up to right here. I like that, but right now it's looking like the bear pennant is breaking down. I tried to close positions. I must have reversed. Then I tried to add stops because it was in the green, and then it hit that and auto reversed, and I lost. Oh, yeah, you better go on a walk. All right, there is a breakdown. Like I said, my target was that orange line, and there it is. There's target number 1 that would have been hit. Doggone it. Oh, that's so frustrating, Trump. Just wrap up, buddy. Wrap up. I want to trade. Mattman, I think that's fixed. Well, congrats to anybody that was like, no, I'm not going to I ain't scared of Trump, and took that short. Anybody do that? Was anybody short? Anybody take that breakdown? Give me a 2 if you took that breakdown short. Now that's a nasty bounce back up though, boy. What in the world? I mean, I would hope that this was plenty of wiggle room for everybody to turn that into a winning trade. I mean, it moved basically 30 points, but still, that's kind of a nasty bounce back up. All right, Miss Tiny Shipper, Nova, Miguel, Nated, name. Still short, need 561. All right, getting close, Greg. Again, Nate makes, nobody's impressed by that, dude. No, we can all sit here in hindsight trade, type stuff in hindsight. Like, I understand, I peeked at your profile because you're kind of people that, and I see your age, and that's not anything, but I think you maybe the age range you're used to hanging around, like 18 to 19-year-olds, like, you can get away with talking the way you are, but like, dude, like, I'm a crusty old man. I've been around the block. Like, ain't nobody gonna be impressed by you talking about everything in hindsight. Like, I'm the guy that yells, "Get off my lawn." Okay? Again, maybe all this stuff about, your group of friends, at that age range is believing what you're spewing. But, man, well, I don't know about all of us, but I am a grumpy old man. Awesome, Leighton. Well, good to have you here. He's talking about a government-backed Bitcoin. Gotcha. So is Bitcoin bouncing right now, or let's see, what's Bitcoin doing right now? Let's take a gander real quick over here at Bitcoin. Oh no, Bitcoin don't care. Bitcoin below 90. So at what point does MSTR go bankrupt? Is there like a number out there? Oh, so Nate, you're here okay. Nate's trying to sell a course. Gotcha. Now it makes sense. Again, Nate, we're not a bunch of dents. Just because you say you have a 99% win rate, now buy my course. Dude, come on. This is not the live stream for you. Maybe other live stream chats, you can get away talking the way you are, but ain't nobody here buying it, man. Below 80K Bitcoin, things will get fruity. Like, Sailor will be in trouble, or I've been paper trading on TradingView to learn futures, noticing mom. Yeah, Leighton, that's all part of it, kind of trying to fine tune things. 20-year car loans. Neil, that is terrible logic. Terrible logic. If you're so profitable, why do you got to sell a course? Maybe because he wants multiple income streams. Oh my goodness. That's such just terrible logic. If you're such a good basketball player, why do you got to sponsor shoes? Good grief. No wonder why people get boxed in life. They think that, okay, well, if I have one income stream, anything more than that makes me like greedy. What are you talking about? Maybe it makes you smart. Maybe it helps you guard risk by diversifying. Okay, so Nate is he's just trolling now. Gotcha. At least you've made it apparent. MicroStrategy currently owns its Bitcoin at an average cost basis of yeah, exactly, Randall. That's the other thing is, I mean, people can have a 90-95% win rate and still not make money. No, I really did go on full tilt. Yeah, I can understand how you'd go on full tilt there, Nate. That would be a very frustrating experience for sure. Paul thinks Bitcoin's going to 50. Sailor's average Bitcoin price is 74. So if it goes below 74, that's the moment where things really start to compound quickly. Because, I mean, it's all leveraged, right? His name is Matan Pablo. Well, happy birthday, Matan Pablo. I hope you have a great day. And hey, if you're born in November, so was I. All the cool kids are born in November. Okay, so if it goes below 74, that's the point. Because when you say that's his average price, it's like, okay, well, he can go a little bit below it and be okay. But like you're saying, that's the point where if it drops below, he needs to start to do some liquidating. Are you looking for an entry? No, Trump is speaking right now. I try to avoid trading when Trump is speaking because crazy things can happen when Trump is speaking. Yeah, I mean, thinking about going along here seems kind of delicious. Potential little double bottom, but I'm not willing to do it right now. Yes, because he has too many offerings against the stock. Gotcha. Yeah, no, there's definitely a point where things exponentially will go against him. That is obviously why debt and leverage works very, very nicely if things are working in your favor. But if it doesn't, it compounds quickly. So, okay, that makes sense because that boy is leveraged to the tilt. Lobber Dobber, good to see you, brother. Don't be afraid of. Hey, I am. I am afraid. I mean, at the end of the day, could I? Sure. I mean, it's a prop account, right? That's one of the beautiful things about prop accounts is really if something crazy happens, your consequences, you lose your prop account, which means you're out at most, depending on the account, you get a couple $100. So again, prop firms are, Trump is actually a great salesman for prop accounts because he's just like, hey, I understand when I'm speaking, I say crazy stuff, crazy things happen. Therefore, you might be stuck in a trade on the wrong side. So therefore, you better be in a prop account. So are you in, Randall? What a move down. I wonder how long this speech is going to go. But it is a good spot. Well, then get in. If it's a good spot, then definition, you should get in. I don't know of any good spots because Trump is talking. But if it is a good spot, then get in. Sagittarius United. I have no idea what you just said. All right, Captain Crunch. Good discipline, buddy. Good discipline. Casey, some of you. Trump ovate prop firm and company. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, we've had pretty much the chart continues to move in a very textbook way. I mean, came up, the 21 EMA rejected it, and the downtrend continues. So to be fair, right now, yeah. I mean, this has been a dumb decision to not trade while Trump's talking. But also, to be fair, sometimes it's like the smartest thing you could do. Well, of course he's rambling, but that's the whole point. That is what makes Trump dangerous. Is it could be a press conference against rainbows and butterflies, but because he rambles, he could all of a sudden say something about the economy that sends everything booming. That is the problem. I guess just get short here and carry me home to the place I belong. No, okay. Let's take a quick little poll. Give me a 1 if you think the price will not hit overnight low. Give me a 2 if you think it will. 1 if you think it will. 2 if you don't think it will. Again, I think I did it reversed. Anyways, you heard me say it. Oh, wow. Okay. This is as scientific as it gets poll-wise. FYI. Okay, Rafi, rephrase that. Yeah, B Randon. I think I said it backwards the second time. So, yeah. That's on me. That's on me. Rafi's about to get the ban button, though. Not the ban, but the timeout. With that lack of intellectual honesty. Wait, what just happened? Paul, you're going to have to be a little more specific. Trump is speaking. Again, this is what I mean. Trump is speaking. Nate, dude, again, I think your time will be better spent on another live stream. Nobody here, nobody here, that stuff just doesn't fly. I can't speak for everybody here, but many of us, we're just cranky old traders that have experience, that have been around, and we look at the way you're talking and we see right through it. I'm telling you, what you're trying to accomplish is not going to be accomplished here. So in the spirit of efficient time management, you should probably move to another stream. Henricks. No, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a clown. Just watching for entertainment. Okay, well, there you go. I'll put you on timeout because that way you can still watch. And then we don't have to continue to read your drivel. There we go. Nate is on timeout. He said, I'm just here to watch. Cool, then watch away. No, he's in timeout now. He just said he's here to watch. That's cool. But for some reason, he's sure doing a lot of yapping and not watching. You know what I mean? I was trying to help the guy out. What he's trying to sell ain't going to be bought here. Other live streams, maybe that's possible. If he finds, again, I checked out his profile. He's I think he's 19. So I get it. In his sphere of he probably goes and talks to his friends, all his stuff, and they're like, oh man, really? Oh, and it's just oh yeah, but that's, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Mark, thank you. I've got one of those moving back home. Well, good thing he's got a good dad at home. All right, I'm being a total dent, but I'm going to do it wisely. Oh, I was. I was going to get long here with just one, but it made the move up, so never mind. Oh. Well, I mean, to be fair, maybe he's 19 and he's got a great strategy and he's a good teacher and a coach. He can explain it so people can understand. That is all possible. It's not impossible just because he's 19. With all that said, he certainly was doing nothing here to actually do anything that could offer any actual evidence. So I am open to, I would be open, like when I got into real estate investing and got several courses, I'd be open to getting a course from somebody that was, 19, but like you got to be able to deliver some goods and not just sit there and flap your lips. But I see, I also understand what you're saying, Zach. But I don't want to discredit him just because he's 19, but he was kind of talking and behaving like he's 19. All right, here we go. Maybe a short up around here. Let's see how it behaves. Good job, Dan. She's like the wind. All right, here we go. Might be interested in a short. If it hits that, there we go, and then comes back down, I'll try it. Well, it keeps pushing up, meaning my risk profile. No. All right, never mind. Okay, now it's Trump talking. Are we about to get again? This is what roasted me. What was it? Yesterday, I think. Was it? I got roasted. I don't remember, on some live stream because Trump was talking and I got myself nicely into a V shape and it roasted me. So I look at, okay, yes, this is like a Trump is talking move. So does the chart actually matter right now? Not quite sure. But now what is Trump saying? Was that yesterday? It's all blurring together. Thank you, AJ. Says Turkey is down 39%. You bought just then? I don't know if you got lucky or not. You'd have to understand why did you buy just then. But I'm not saying that you for sure got lucky. Okay, to be fair to myself, I was waiting for confirmation and I would have had zero confirmation yet. So I would not have been short. But okay, 5 minute, we are at a very interesting level right now. 5 minute, we're right here at the pink line. So you can see this area has been a resistance before and as of now, once again, acted as resistance. Not going to say it's going to continue to be resistance, but there it is. Pivot point at 640, noted. I have a pivot point right here. My pivot point's at 622. 640 and not seeing anything. I don't know. So yeah, anybody that was trying to position build on the short, we officially have a V. It's just a question of are we going to get a check mark. So this movement down basically started there, and now it's gone essentially straight back up. So there's the V. If this thing keeps going up, then we'll get the check mark. But right now, we are just officially at a V-shaped recovery. Now trying to figure out, does this V-shape want to turn into a check mark? Roger that, Dan. Just hit my daily goal. All right, Matt, man. All right, Bob, looking for 60s. Oh, okay, he's trading ES. Noted. That's the Nike swoosh. Now, the Nike swoosh is more like that. What the check mark is something like that. Or something like that. Oh, goodness. Here's how much I care about that. I'm going to delete that comment out, Leighton. That's how much I care about those 3 letters. What a crock. All that stuff is remarketed, repackaged stuff by a dude. That just don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. No. There you go, Leighton. I'll answer that. No. Trump just declared that the stock market is at all-time highs. I don't think that's true. Is it? Are we, I mean, to be fair, are we near all-time highs? Like, I don't think he literally means like we're like right now we're at all-time highs. Like as I speak, the 1 minute candlestick is at all. I don't think that's what he means. So let's are we generally at all-time highs though? Or I can't remember how big this pullback has been. No, 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 nope, sorry. I was trying to be fair. We're definitely not at all-time highs. That's a pretty big pullback now. All right, this is a dented trade. But I think this thing wants to go down. I'm going to try a short at the red line. I'm sick and tired of it. Trump's been speaking for like 3 hours. I just want to trade. I just want to trade. Looking to get short at the red line, but only if it comes back down. You add it to your long. Roger that. Again, I'm looking to get short at the red line, only if it wants to come back down to me. But now it's just going up. So looking like a never mind on that one. I hope he's done when I'm trading. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I'll be interested in another short. In fact, this is... do I have any left? Nope. All right. I would say this area is pretty yellow line worthy. Let me... Interested in a short up around that yellow line, potentially. I'm not going to just blindly short there, but I'll keep an eye on it, see if I can get any sort of maybe signals that it wants to behave as an area of resistance. Nice job, Dan. Got the mitigation. Very good. Love to see it. What is that yellow line? This is just a, oh, up here is a VWAP. That yellow line is just a line that I put on there. So that yellow line is just simply a yellow line. But this yellow line is the VWAP. All right, now rejecting back down. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Nice job, Lone Star. Very good. Thanks, thought it was a price range or something. No, it's just a yellow line. Dan is out. All right, Dan. Good job. Lost your test account. Got another one. Yeah. So you just reset it, Aziz, Mr. Aziz. That's all right. It took me, I can't remember, either 4 or 5 tests before I passed my first one. Granted, a couple of those were because I forgot about orders and I left them out there and then I got cooked. But point being, losing accounts is part of it. That is part of prop firm trading. You'll lose some accounts. NASDAQ is up 18% year to date. Okay. I'm not sure okay. That seems kind of random to just say, but I think I'm missing some context. Maybe there's a conversation, dark to light, that makes sense. Long stop 570. All right, look at Dan mapping stuff out ahead of time. Where's the stop at? Right there. Roger that. Looking good so far, Dan. I rely heavily on stop loss and target prep because I work a full-time job and sometimes have to step away. Should I just close a trade if I have to walk away from it? No, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. It's hard to know without knowing way more details. I did some checking, and Trump is right for the most part about all-time highs. December. Well, yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I'm trying to be fair. For him to say we're at all-time highs, I don't think he means literally if we were to pull up the 1 minute chart, you're going to see a candlestick, big green, at all-time highs. I don't think that's what he means per se. I think he means we're generally at all-time highs. So it becomes a question of, well, what does generally mean? And I'm not quite sure that this big pullback here would be generally still at all-time highs. Like if he was saying that and we're like right here, okay, fair enough. I get what he's saying. If it's right here, okay, yeah, I guess, generally speaking, sure. But is all the way down here generally? I don't know. Maybe some would still call this generally. Others maybe not. I don't know. So it's really the crux of the argument is define generally. So in other words, I'm not sure there's any sort of exact reason. He's beating up on good. Get those windmills out of the way. What a absolute eyesore. Beat up on those windmills. Get those things out of here. What an absolute eyesore those things are. So I'm glad to hear he's beating up on those things. I hope he says, and there will be no more windmills in Iowa. Thankfully, none around our place. And hopefully it stays that way. Truth matters. He said market has hit all-time highs. Okay. Well, if that's what he said, then that is different than saying the market is at all-time highs, which is what somebody else said. Bro sounded like Arnold. Oh, wrong impression? Dang it. So, I don't know what he said. According to one of you, it was, Trump says we're at all-time highs. And then someone else was like, no, that's not what he said. He said we've hit all-time highs, which is true. That is true. What's wrong with free energy from the wind? Well, A, it's not free. There is no such thing as free. So that would be number one. It's not free. In fact, it's, dare I say, very inefficient. And B, it's a massive eyesore. But also, I mean, Jonathan, do you have windmills outside your front? Where do you live, Jonathan? Do you live out in the country with beautiful rolling hills and nice land or nice sunsets and sunrises? And then do you have just all of a sudden windmills sitting there in front of you? Is that you, Jonathan? It's like in the world of outdoors, all these city folk are voting on all these policies that in their mind, oh, it's nice, beautiful. And then like people like out in the woods or farmers or cattle ranchers, they're like, yeah, but these and I'm just making this one up. But yeah, these coyotes that you just voted to save, they're like literally eating our cattle. And then the same people in the city are complaining about high beef prices. Why are beef prices so high? Well, because you voted to keep coyotes protected, and the coyotes, again, this is a made-up hypothetical, but like the logic is the same. So that's what's coming across as Jonathan. What, you don't like free energy? Well, no. I mean, you probably wouldn't either, given a certain circumstance. Windmills are ugly. All right, maybe a short here. Props firm scams. I mean, they could be, which is why if you pull up a prop firm and they just started last week and they're based out of North Korea, I probably would not go with them. Well, there you go, Jonathan. That sounds like we have an apples and oranges situation, don't we? Where there are windmills in Iowa, it's not barren lands with no homes. Not to mention, windmills are very inefficient. But at the end of the day, there is no such thing as free energy. The free don't exist. There is no. Okay, here we go. Let's geek out, economic nerds. Let's see who my fellow economic nerds are in here. There is no free fill in the blank. Again, there is no free fill in the blank. What is that word for you economics nerds out there? There's no such thing as a free. There's my economic words. Let's go, nerds. But the new mayor of New York says bus and more will be free. I know. How is it? I don't know. I guess if you just say stuff, that's how things work. If you just say stuff will be free, it is. Very good. Lunch. Okay, I'm in short. Took one off. Could still be a losing trade. It'll be a less of a losing trade, but could still be a losing trade. Still have one left. All right, out for that one. I think a slight winning trade. Yeah, politics, yeah, just say stuff. Am I in the 1 minute? No, this is a 2 minute time frame. If they are so inefficient, why would they bother putting them up? I say this, I don't know your age, Jonathan. I don't know your experience. And I'm not sure what country you're in. But here in the United States, that's very dangerous logic to use when the government is involved. If something is inefficient, why would they do it? You have a faulty premise. You are assuming that the United States government cares about efficiency. So I do agree with that logic. That is good logic, but I reject the premise that you're operating from. You're operating from the premise that the United States government cares about efficiency. I assure you, sir, it does not. And there are a gazillion examples of how the United States government does not care about efficiency. And I have firsthand knowledge with it when I used to work for Honeywell, because technically we worked for the Department of Energy. So my funny little story there is this. What was I, 23? Being a stupid kid that was operating on that premise. I still remember. Clay, go buy some tripods for cameras. What do you mean tripods for cameras? Yeah, we go get some. I was like, yeah, man, we already got a bunch of tripods. Yeah, go buy some more. We have some money left in this part of the budget. Again, I worked for Honeywell, but we were contracted under the Department of Energy. So we were just basically kind of a middleman between for the government. But anyways, that's besides the point. The point is, our funds came from the government. I was told to buy more tripods. Why? And we got plenty. Just buy them. Well, we have to spend this money. We've been allotted this money in this budget, so we need to spend this money. And stupid me was like, well, why don't we just not spend it? Therefore, we're saving some money. And the reply back was, no, Clay, you don't understand. If we don't spend that money, we're not going to get as much next year. That is how the government works. That is how people within the government spend that money, or else the government's going to think we don't need that money. Therefore, they're not going to send us enough. So I don't know. Maybe I am guilty. I apologize to all of you as taxpayers. I was complicit in wasting taxpayer funds buying tripods that were not needed. That is how the government operates. They do not care about efficiency. So I hear you, Jonathan, but you have a faulty premise. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, patient trader. Isn't windmills like the epitome of like green energy? That like isn't that like grade A example number one about how this whole green energy thing is like definitely not free. It's very inefficient. Oh yeah, the military would be that. Well, we kind of work. I guess I can say yes. Back in my engineering days at yeah. It doesn't matter. I've been out a long time. KCP menu. So this is, I think this is it, right? It's been, wait a minute. No, that's not it. Kansas. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is where I used to work in Kansas City when I lived there. So it was for the government, but just like through Honeywell. So like what they do here is this is where the nuclear weapons are made. Not designed or anything like that. That's at Los Alamos, Sandia, and Lawrence Livermore. But like, so this is where we used to work. So like straight up, not quite military because the nuclear program is actually not under, you would think nuclear weapons are under the Department of Defense. They're not. They're under the Department of Energy. So technically I used to work for the Department of Energy through Honeywell. But anyways, like this, I mean, we did cool stuff, but like it was firsthand witnessing of inefficient government. Fun fact there, even after I quit, way back when, for 7 years, there was like a list of countries I could not visit. Now, I think there's like 2 of them that maybe I would want to have visited. Most of them are like Algeria, North Korea, but there was Israel was one of them. I only knew like one cool thing though. That's all. But yeah, that was crazy because I had to, you have to get like security clearances, and it was the most wild thing I've ever been through because you have to map out everywhere you've been for the last 10 years. So you map out a timeline. Where did you live? Then where were you? And then with each spot that you were there, you had to provide 3 sources that could confirm that you lived there when you did live there. And then they would go and interview all 3 sources. Tell me about Clay. My favorite question that I had to actually question was I'm sitting there with this guy, and in a dead serious, he says, do you or have you ever had any plans to overthrow the United States government? And I mean, I'm kind of if you're not a ruler, I'm kind of sarcastic. For a second, I was tempted to be like, yeah, I got him right here in my backpack. But he said it so clear, I was just like, wait, have I? No, it was crazy. But yeah. So anyways. But no, I don't know who shot JFK. I don't know if we land on I don't know anything cool like that. And by the way, when you handle like classified information, it is a pain. It like sounds cool, but it is such a pain. So much paperwork, so much this, that. Like, it's like, no, I did have some stuff, but man, some guys had way more. I will say this though. This is now again. I don't know how much of this is true. Like I have no idea. But like also at that place is where they build the semis that transport the nuclear weapons around the country. And these semis are no joke. First off, the semis are being followed by like, I can't remember, I think Marines. I don't remember. But like, you don't know. It just looks like a normal semi. But somewhere within the very, very near vicinity, there's, I'm assuming a van. And they got all these like, again, I don't know if it's special forces or not, but anyways, the semis are nuts. None of this, I don't know if any of it's true, but supposedly, like if the semis are under attack, well, first off, again, I don't know if this is true, but supposedly drivers can shoot anybody they want. Like even if a cop shows up and gives them, this is probably not true, but like the drivers are pretty much allowed to shoot whoever they want. Very little questions need to be asked. But then supposedly the semis are like, they can be electrified. So like if you touch them, you'll get electrocuted. Supposedly they'll fill up with foam. There's supposedly claws that will drop out of them. So like if they get hijacked and start to drive, like claws will drop out and like drag and try to bring it to a still. But I never got into that department. And with classified, it's everybody's on a need to know basis. And because I was never in that department, I didn't need to know. But like you just hear people talk. How much of it's true? Probably very little. But all I know is that if you were to happen to stumble, if you are here and you are like, no, I'm going to hijack one of those semis, good luck to you. Good luck to you. Yeah, it's Marines. Is it Marines? Okay. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know how we got, oh yes, we got on all that topic because somebody, so innocently assume that the United States government was operating with efficiency? I've had to change the windshield on a bulletproof. Yeah, I would assume that's an assumption. Like I'm almost dead positive that all those windshields are completely bulletproof. Trump's finished. All right. A faster, yeah. I mean, exactly, Douglas. The faster you can kind of max them out, then yeah, you will be able to pass them that much quicker. No, I'm not. I'm not incriminating myself. I assure you. I've said nothing that I can't say. Because all this stuff is always said. Like when they do presentations, like when they go. So I graduated from Ohio State. When they'd come give the presentation, they talk about the semis and all the stories. So, but I mean, I think that's probably common. That is common sense. Like a semi that's got nukes in it's probably got bulletproof glass. I don't think that is would. I think foreign countries would be like that's a working assumption. But good times. And I have not worked there since what 2008. So yeah, I mean, a lot has changed, I'm sure. All right, here we go. Maybe a pullback. Maybe a pullback. Exactly, Travis. That would be another assumption that I'm sure is not actually shocking to anybody. I think this is the biggest rabbit hole I've heard. Maybe, could be. Yeah. I'll pay no heed to the men banging on my door right now. So to continue on, and then there's always like we'd have to go to trainings, and like I still remember the one. They're like, listen, for some of you older gentlemen out there, I get it. You in your mind, you still think you got it. Like, who cares that you're overweight, balding, etc., etc. I get it in your mind. But if some young, beautiful woman approaches you and starts talking to you, you please be smart. Basically, it was like how to recognize, spies and stuff like that. It was like just be, consider that. If it sounds too good to be true, especially if you work here, there's probably another angle that's being approached. Okay, yeah. This was off the top of my mind. I don't remember. I don't know if it's true, but I do remember this. So this dude right here, I remember hearing about this in the training. Some dude sold military secrets to fund a Maui home, and it was stuff about the B-2 bomber. Supposedly his house was shaped like a B-2 bomber too. I don't know if that's true or not. I was looking for pictures in this article, but like talk about brazen. Like you're selling information to the Chinese about the stealth bomber, and then you use that to build your house in Maui in the shape of a stealth bomber. I mean, wild. If I don't know if that part's true. Is 740 good in 3 days? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is it with good habits that you're trading? Okay, Asian. I recognize you from the YouTube. To prove, I want you to show me, I want you to tell me how to trade. Asian in the chat was giving me a little hard time on the YouTube comments on a video, but what he failed to realize was hindsight confirmation bias. So I would love for you to give us a trade plan of a trade that I should take, and I will take the trade, but I need an entry, a stop, and a target. Can you do that, Asian, or are you just kind of one of those like hindsight tough guys, brother? I don't know why what is this guy? He's like smoking a, what is that? Oh, he's got some sort of, I don't know what he's doing. Oh, that's cool. You got some videos. My morning routine featuring DOS of, oh, you got a nice little house there. Ooh, you're getting a full house tour in Los Angeles? That's cool. That's cool. Oh, I'm getting to know somebody a little bit. Look at this. Right, but that is my point, Asian. Had that trading not turned out the way it did, you would not be calling it horrible trading. You would be there being like, "Hey man, that was great trading. That was 10 minutes of great trading." That's my point. That's what I mean by hindsight confirmation bias. Given you know what happened, yes, you're going to call it horrible. I agree, not so good. But had that turned out well, you would not be calling it 10 minutes of horrible trading. You'd be calling it 10 minutes of good trading. That, my friend, is the point. That's what hindsight, that's what I was trying to give you a little bit of consideration of, brother. Little Clay is making new friends. Your parents would be proud. Who's Little Clay? You want to know what's not Little Zooks? These right here, boy. Show little. Don't be calling this Little Clay. Yeah, watch yourself, Zooks. I wake up at 3 a.m. and eat chicken breast and broccoli. And by the way, anybody here that has protein drinks and you add water to them, if you have creatine and you add water, weak, dry. In fact, I put it, that's how I take my protein powder and my creatine. Just like that. If you do it any other way, that's weak sauce. Have I been? Dude, Matt, man, I will bench press both you and your bearded woman girlfriend, okay? By the way, that's not an insult. Matt Man literally admitted to liking bearded women. So that is actual fact. How tall am I, Clay? I'm taller than Jimbo, which is all that matters. Taller than Jimbo, 25. That's all that matters. All right, Asian, have a good one. Breakfast cereal is probably the missing component to your... I know. I'm sorry, Captain Crunch. I'm sorry. If you could do something about all the food dye, my wife might let me have some. But my wife's been researching the food dyes. She's not a fan. Fair. Matt, man, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know if that logic's going to go well over with my wife, but it's fair logic. Jimbo, what is up with you constantly wanting to wrestle with me? That's all he talks about. And we have proof right there. Always wanting to wrestle with me. And for some, I don't know. I played basketball in school. Like when wrestlers practice, is it normal for them? Do they practice in Speedos? Because that's what he keeps saying. Dude, I want to wrestle you. And now, yeah, okay. Just trust me, bro, that when wrestlers practice, and because this is practice, wrestlers practice in Speedos and baby oil. I don't know. Is that true? Do we have any wrestlers? Is that the normal way that wrestlers practice, is with Speedos and baby oil? Because that's what he keeps telling me. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't think that's true, though. I don't have any experience, Jimbo, but is that true? Just trust me, bro. Trust me. As long as there's no Jello. That's from a movie? Yeah, what is that from? That's Old School, right? Speedo? Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, Jimbo, Sometimes I'm glad he's my friend. Other times I have to question myself. Like, how, like, Clay, what kind of criteria are you using for friends? All right, here we go. Maybe a long down here on the pullback. Yes, that's right. My boy Blue. What do you think on BBAI? I think you should do more learning. That's a very dangerous question you just asked. Maybe he's wrestling. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's not from old school? Yeah, there was that scene. Isn't that where Blue died? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. If it comes down and hits these areas and then starts to head back up, I'm going to look for a long. Okay, first off, Sun Nation, you didn't define what you meant by that. You said that's from, well, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, you dent. Be more specific and I could interact with you better. Listen, Sun Nation, you're wrong and I can prove it. By the way, Sun Nation, I'm just trying to press your buttons. You seem like the guy where if I start to say that you're wrong, you're going to like lose your mind and keep trying to prove it. So I'm just pressing your buttons right now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Going to go long at the green line if it wants to come back up. See if we can get a bounce here. I'm just go. Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. But there is definitely some wrestling in old school with Blue, and that's where he dies. I do not swing trade. Nope. Come on. Oh, so close. All right, I'm long. See if this thing does indeed want to bounce. Not looking so good, though. Kind of last-ditch effort right here. See if we can get the bounce off these areas. All right, I'm out. Losing trade there. There was really no bounce. It still may come, but I was not willing to add, and, I don't like it that much. Maybe hindsight will prove that to have been a stupid stop out, but at some point, you got to manage that risk. You got to cut it, and I cut it. Hindsight will be my judge on if that was the right spot, but it is what it is. Grown-ups. I kind of want to try again there. Do you reinvest the profits you make? I mean, I kind of. I have lots of yes. Yeah. Again, I have many income streams. So, but yes, as a general personal finance, when I do my books, some of the money always does go to, it does go to, stocks. Some of it will go to, I just call it cash flow capital. Meaning if there's an opportunity to show up to create some cash flow, I'll do it. But until then, it just sits in my, a high yield savings account. So yes, to answer that question, yes, I do reinvest. But that's coming from more of a holistic type of way. Well, I'm glad I did get out where I did because this thing is just continuing to bleed. So that stop loss makes me feel a little bit better. Yeah, right now, but not all of it. Not all of it goes to my kids. I mean, first of it goes to the grocery bill. Hey, Anthony, with 6 kids, that's a big line. It's a big line item, and it continues to get bigger as they get bigger. Man, I kind of like that. I like that initial trade, and man, sometimes you can really like something and it still doesn't work out. Sitting on hands until it breaks above the VWAP. Oh, wow. Okay. This boy's cooking. Oh, Now you're going to bounce, huh? Yeah, just doing my part, Sun Nation. Just doing my part. Still leaning on a short gun to close. All right, Bob. I like the trade. Clay, 3 candles, close. Yeah, I mean, I'd take that trade again. It just didn't work out. It is what it is. I wish I could say that there is a 100% win rate setup, but there's not. Though you said you only go dry before. Huh? Is that maybe that's like another movie quote? I have no idea what that means. Clay, you own land. I do own land, yes. In some situations, I own the debt on the land. So I don't own it per se, but if I don't get paid, the land is mine type thing. Oh, gotcha, yes. Yeah. No, I haven't, Kamish. It's not gun season yet though. When that shows around in Iowa, it's a little bit later on. And I have not put in the required time and effort for archery to do that. So, no. But when it's I'm excited though. My kid, oh man, that's such good memories with my kids. They love it. They love it. I have an idea at 684 for a long. And then where's your stop loss going to be? If your long's at 684, where's your stop? Nice, Sun Nation. Good stuff. Where do you live? Head and Shoulders on the M1. I'm getting bearish bias. Haven't traded in the past. All right, Leo's getting a little bearish here. Oh, Wisconsin. Nice. They got some good deer up there. Like, I guess we're kind of neighbor. Let's see. What's above Iowa? Minnesota, right? Is Minnesota above Iowa? I'm a new Iowa resident, so I'm still trying to learn my job. Yeah, Minnesota's above, and then there's Wisconsin. Okay, that's right. So we're kind of neighbors. Short 684. I like it, John. I like you mapping out your trade plan ahead of time. Nothing but respect. Even if you're wrong, that's okay. Nothing but respect. Thank you, Jamie, with the geography help. Spotted cow beer in Wisconsin. Spotted cow beer. You're not, Greg, for some reason I want to say you're in Texas. Am I just making that up? Or are you in Wisconsin? Or maybe I don't even know where you're from. For some reason I want to say Greg's in Texas, but that might be me totally making that up. There's white-tailed deer out there in Wisconsin. Yes, there are. Ah, you're in Nebraska. Gotcha. Yeah, I want to get to Omaha. I've heard Omaha is nice. Hey, you can't make this stuff up. Greg's like, and he's in Omaha. Currently sitting on your hands. All right. Right now, getting a little bit choppy here, so I got to be very careful. I don't want to get chopped to pieces here. But on that note, sometimes you kind of just got to sit back and relax. But right now, this is getting a little shaky. Lining Kugels. Yeah, went up. First time was in, I don't know, almost a year ago. Went up to some South Dakota, meet some friends up there. So that's where we went kind of by Omaha. Because, like, you go up the edge, and we never went to Nebraska. But, crazy terrain over there. Like, these bluffs and stuff, it was really neat. Not what you would think of when I think of Iowa. But on that note, Iowa is a terrible place to live. Do not move here. Move anywhere but Iowa. Iowa is terrible. Thank you. This was a public service announcement by somebody that lives in Iowa, so I can speak only truth about it. It's terrible. Anywhere else but Iowa. No, I hear Nebraska's great. Move to Nebraska. That's cool. No problem. Exactly. South Dakota has no income tax. Move to South Dakota for sure. I moved from Michigan. Grew up in Ohio, then lived in Missouri when I worked for what I was talking about earlier. Then went to Michigan. Now I'm in Iowa. But Iowa's terrible. Do not move here. Just it's disgusting. Soak, you know what? Slow and steady sometimes that's just how it goes. Correct. Quote me. Do not move to Iowa. It's a terrible place. Yeah, Michigan's very nice. Agreed. Everybody should just move to Michigan. I hear New York is nice. I hear Texas is nice. I hear California is nice. I hear Florida's nice. I hear Georgia's nice. I hear Connecticut's nice. Iowa, though, no. Terrible. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, go to Michigan then. That's cool. Yeah. I can't. Yeah, it's once you're in Iowa, you can't get it. That's how bad it is. Like, there's corn everywhere. I can't drive. No, Texas is great. No, Kentucky's great too. Kentucky's amazing. Riverside, Iowa's great. No, that's not true. All of Iowa's terrible. Do not move here. Do not move to Iowa. Anywhere else but Iowa. Again, just kind of chop, 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 chop. Trying to avoid the chop. I hear Miami's amazing. Move to Miami. That's cool. No, 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 no. Iowa's not a good place to live at all. Bob, please stop with the lies. It's terrible here. It's just one big cornfield. That's it. That's all Iowa is. It's flat and one big cornfield. All right, have a good one, Aziz. I think you're just trying to keep Iowa to yourself. No, that's not what I'm doing. All right, here we go. Quite the move down here. I have been to Southern California. Beautiful weather. Yeah, see? Jim would know. All right, here we go. Maybe. Okay, in short. See if we can try to play some momentum down here. Try to add some more at the red line, but I guess I was too slow. Maybe it'll go back up there. Come on, momentum. Yeah, tornadoes every day. Yeah. Twice a day, actually. Come on. Let go, just break. Just break. Oh, dog, you dent. I wanted to scale out. No, California's nice all the way around. Let's all be nice. The only facts here is that Iowa is garbage in every angle. Every angle. Every place else, magnificent. California, beautiful. New York, beautiful. Who doesn't like themselves some communism? Florida, beautiful. New Mexico. Portland. Beautiful. Yeah, New York City, whatever. Hi, Clay. How do you read price action like today? Like when you have large morning... I mean, Bob, that's like that's just like, hey, how do you read price action? That's an unanswerable question, like on a live stream. Like that's that's basically how do you trade, Clay? That's essentially what you just asked. Because trading is reading price action. Correct, Kamish. Gary, Indiana, and Flint, Michigan are better than Iowa by a long shot. Yeah, agreed, Jan. Michigan, it's just OP. Exactly. Yep. Move to Michigan. That's fine. Go there. That's great. Yeah, there are lots of really nice and beautiful places in the States. I'm going to do a little correction, comma, except for Iowa. There you go. The greatest football team. Okay, let me also edit that statement. The greatest football team of all time when they have the other team signs. There you go. There's the correction. Yeah, Cincinnati. My sister ran track for Cincinnati. So she is a graduate. She is a Bearcat. Okay, here we go. Maybe a short here. Let's see. I'm a little skeptical just because if the premise here is that we've kind of entered into a sideways channel, give or take that, I don't know. Do I really want to be taking any sort of action in the middle of this channel? Again, that assumes that I think this is some sort of channel, which I'm still not totally convinced of. But if I am convinced of it, then yeah, that's not really. I don't know if I want to be doing anything in the middle of the channel there. But just wondering about energy spent in AM trade. I don't know what you mean by energy spent. Yeah, exactly, man. All of Iowa is like that. I can confirm where I live, not eastern Iowa, is exactly. Southern Iowa is definitely flat, man. 100%, yes. Southern Iowa is not beautiful and hilly with amazing sunsets at all. Nope, it is flat and corn and smells just like that. Correct, Matt, man. Thank you for confirming. Exactly, Jim. It's all flat. Southern Iowa, I repeat, is not beautiful and hilly. It is just flat. Exactly. Matt Man is clearly an expert in Iowa terrain. Listen to Matt Man. I guess that short would have been just fine. All right. I'm going to try a short. Whoa. Oh, hey, wait a second. Wait a second. What was up with that? Okay, that was instant. That was weird. Okay, let's get back to it. Short at the red line. If it wants to come back down. Again, looking to get short at the red line. I'm sorry, Bob. I really have no idea. I don't know what you're asking. And I don't mean to be difficult, but I'm trying to keep up with several conversations, think for myself, trade, watch the market. So I'm not sure what you're asking, Bob. I apologize. No, it's super expensive to live in Iowa. I think they're the highest cost of living. No, Bob, no. You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's terrible here. You have to listen to Matt Man. Matt Man is an Iowa expert. He has it all mapped out for sure. Good. Trying to get short at the red line if it comes back down. But yeah, that I am only willing to get short if it comes back down. If it pushes up any more, then I'll just. Yeah, there we go. All right. I don't know. 20. Man, that's like a 30-point stop. That's kind of wild. Man, that's rough, Renfrew. That is rough. I don't know, Matt, man. You're the expert. You're the one that's got all the terrain mapped out. You tell me. You are an Iowa, by what you've said and by my experience, you are an expert in all things Iowa, especially their geography. So you were probably a professional in their tax code too. Jim, am I going to see you tonight? That's hilarious. Matt, I mean, I thought you were trolling. You definitely do not know the terrain then, my friend. As somebody that does not live in eastern Iowa, I assure you, you do not know the terrain. I think Matt Man needs to cut back on the bearded women. All right, Jimbo. Clay, I've learned a ton from your future streams and top 10 picks. I'm curious if you ever take swing trades. No, I don't swing trade. All right. Well, again, so here's a great example of me wanting to get short. Well, that was stupid. Yeah, in hindsight, it was stupid. But the one smart thing I did was I waited for confirmation. I never got confirmation. Therefore, waiting for confirmation helped me avoid a losing trade. All right, maybe up here, though. Okay, here we go. Maybe a short up around these areas. Let's see what happens. Again, Matt, I would just encourage you to maybe tone down what you think you know about Iowa's geography based on your statements. I'll just leave it at that. Oh, okay. Whoa, hey. What's going on here? Whoa. What time is it? 1:30. Okay, definitely not a scheduled release of anything. Yeah, that's almost Trump tweet type movement there. That got spicy. Oh yeah, I think there is a bond auction. First Main is a bot for sure. I don't know why I have not banned that bot yet. Which begs the question, why am I talking to a bot? Because I'm a dent. Again, Matt, man, I would, again, I appreciate a dude with some confidence, but there is always that threat where confidence goes into just arrogance, and then the arrogance just makes somebody look ignorant. So just throwing that out there, Matt, man, as somebody that does indeed live in Iowa. Just, there we go. All right, yeah, this is being goofy. Okay, just disconnected. Tradeovate just disconnected for me. I think, no. Okay, now we're connected again. Wow. All right. I'm a little nervous to try a trade, but I don't know. This is some interesting action here, though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we have anybody from Pennsylvania. It seems like there should be. Pennsylvania is a pretty populous state. We did a meetup for the website way back when. I think our third ever meet and greet for claytrader.com was in Pittsburgh. Nice city. Yeah. I was going to do a meetup in Des Moines, but Jimbo says, like, I'll take care of it, which was actually kind of an unknown job interview, right? If somebody knows that they're in a job interview, of course, they're going to do their best. Of course, they're going to like put on their best effort. But if somebody doesn't know, then you get to see their true colors. So that was so Jim was like, "Oh, I can do it." I'm like, "Okay, cool, set it up." So that was an unknown job offer to Jim. And long story short, there was never a meetup set up in Des Moines. So, yeah, rough one. So there's a little business 101 tip for people. If you can give somebody a job interview without them knowing it's a job interview, that's a good way to see what kind of quality situation you have. Because if they're just doing another pretense of, hey, I'm just gonna do it, and then you can see their. I mean, you ever think about that? Like, okay, we're gonna have you do this task for what the incentives are so misaligned. Meet Jim at the lumber yard. I can't tell you where I met Jim. You'll lose respect for me. I saved Jim from a bearded woman. I'll just put it that way. Did you tell him you were paying him in hugging? No, I didn't. No, I didn't tell him at all that there. I was just like, okay, Jim's offering. Let's see what Jim can bring to the table. That way, maybe we can do some empire building. But no, then, like I said, he said he was going to do that probably like, I don't know, not 10 months ago. Spoiler alert, there has been no meetup in Des Moines. It's all right. Jim's got a nice job. He doesn't want to build an empire with me. That's fine. Jim Clay is down by. That's true. I am down by the river in a van. We are at. Well, I was going to say we were at that 200 period, but again, if you are prescribing that this is now officially kind of some sideways range, it's up to you. I don't know. It's up to you and your policy. Do you really take action in the middle of ranges? If no, then I'd probably say this is probably a sit on hands moment for you. Are we going to head all the way back down to the orange line? No trades for me because of FOMC? There's no FOMC stuff going on, is there? Am I missing something? Is there FOMC stuff going on? At 2 p.m.? Really? Huh? $2:00. Oh, the minutes. Goodness. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, I might get like jumpy for a moment. I wouldn't look for too much of it, but now if there's something in those minutes that, yeah, this is not the same as a Fed announcement, but hey, who said that? Rafi, thank you, Rafi. That's on me. That is on me. That's embarrassing. I should have known that. That's on me, folks. That is a flaw. I totally lost track of the economic calendar. That's on me. That's on me. So that's why we got the best chat in all of the YouTube live stream, futures, trading, whatever. We're all just helping each other out. No, you can trade, Ronnie. It's not a quote unquote red folder event. Remove a fingernail, Clay. I'll remove something else. I never said that once, Jimbo. Again, that was another interview question that Jimbo just failed. The orange line is the previous session's close. Again, this line right here is the previous session's close. Ty, you have a failed premise within your approach to this. You are assuming that Jimbo has any understanding of logic at all. That is your fail. That is your problem with that statement. You're giving Jimbo more credit than what Jimbo is capable of possessing. True enough. Thank you. Yeah, Ty, I'm just trying to help you out, Ty. And for anybody that thinks I'm being mean to Jimbo, Jimbo confesses all this. No, don't say poor Jimbo. Jimbo will confess all of this about himself. Don't even for a moment feel bad about Jimbo. I don't think this volatility is for me. Yeah. I mean, it's still moving quite a bit. You look at this distance. This distance between these, like, not a great distance on the chart. Still 20 points. So there's still movement out there. But yeah, whether or not it's enough for you, fair enough. Kind of want a long right here. It's looking like it maybe wants to bottom out, but I don't know. Is this going to sucker me in? Oh, blinking blue line. All right. I can't tan. All right, I gotta log out. All right, let me do this off screen just out of my own paranoia's sake. So, hey, there you go. If you're curious on what prop firms I like, what prop firm I think is the best, there you go. If you want to support the live stream, there you go. You can use code CLAY as I get logged back in. If you've ever had this blue line, though, blinking blue line on Tradeovate, if you're on the web browser, all you got to do is refresh the page. I am on the desktop, which you download. So for that, you've got to log out and back in again. And that should indeed fix it all. So let's... Uh-oh. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I think. Yeah, okay. There we go. Sorry about that, but I can't deal with the blinking blue line. It is too it's too distracting for me. Hey, thank you, blinking blue line. You helped me get out of a trade that would have been a loser. Wait a second. Where'd my previous session close go? All right, something's busted. My orange line has disappeared. I was wondering who used that, Jimbo. Thank you. What do you think of him so far? I'm a bit of a slump right now. What's your best advice when you feel down on your trading journey? Well, step one would definitely be you got to lower position size. Because you got to build your confidence back up. But yeah, when you're in a negative headspace, which you are right now, we've all been there. You don't want to be doing normal size, and you definitely do not want to be doing bigger size. So yeah, at bare minimum, reduce position size. Now, if you want to take a break, I know there's different opinions on that. I'm more of the person that I don't want to break. I want to get back on the horse and keep on grinding. But yeah, you still have to admit that, which you have, which is good. So just keep in mind, you have admitted to yourself you're not in a good headspace. So not being in a good headspace, probably not. I mean, you're not in a good headspace. Therefore, definitely don't want to be doing normal size. And you certainly, without doubt, don't want to be doing bigger size. What if your normal size is 1 micro? Well, then to paper trading you go, I suppose. Dang. Okay. That is very worrisome for me and my chart vision. As much as I want to sit here and just play it off like I have great chart vision all the time, either my chart vision is off or the market is just not jiving well. Because let's think about what would have happened. I was long. Thankfully, the blinking blue line showed up. I'm like, all right, fine, I'm getting out. That right there would have knocked me out, would have stopped me out, to then been followed by this. Again, either my chart vision is off, that is a possibility, or the market is just being very difficult right now. Which kind of is irrelevant because both those scenarios right now have me wondering I should probably just take the gas off the pedal because goodness, that would have been brutal. So on that note, I mean, was anybody here? I'm going to say there was at least 7 people in the world that were long thinking that this thing was getting ready to bounce up. That movement stopped them out because they're being disciplined traders to then just see that rip right back in their face. Did anybody get that? Did that do that to anybody? We did not, Eric. We don't really trade those stocks. That is a brutal move right there. All right, so Casey, there you go. In my mind, that was a very logical trade. So if you were long here, I get it. I was long there with you. I see what you're seeing. And I can also understand why that movement stopped you out. Because at one point, this was one big old red candle. To then just have that turn around and do this, brutal. Brutal movement. Hey, Bill. Yeah, hey, I got your emails back, Bill. I'll take a look at that. I'm not quite sure what exactly you mean, but I'll just keep your eye on your email. When the live stream's done, I'll try to understand better. But also, you had mentioned that wanting to just do like the full payment, like at the top, because you did the payment plan, you should see something that gives you the choice to just do the entire payment. Do you see anything like that at the top of that page? And if you know how to take screenshots, could you send me a screenshot of what you're actually seeing in email, that is? Again, after you get logged into your account. So after you click here, I don't know if that's on the video. Is that on the, let's see. No, it's not. So here's the page up in the upper right. There's an area that says login, Bill. After you click login and then get logged in, if you don't mind sending me a screenshot of what you see, that would be great. Yes, Bill, I'm talking to you. Too bad you don't have a guy for all of this. I tried to get one, but he did not do very well in his job interview. I'll just leave it at that. I tried, though. Hey, Tariq. Good to see you. All right, have a good one, Dark to Light. See you later. I'm more broke than 3 guys with baby mamas on child support. Well, do you have a job, Brett? What do you do for work? Okay, I'm going to get short if it comes back down to that red line. Unless it pushes up through here. I guess I could, in theory. Okay, I'll get short at the red line there if it wants to come back down. Unless this, nope, that was a legitimate break, so never mind. All right, let's see how it behaves at VWAP up here. Trying to be patient. So have, potentially just this resistance zone. We have these two areas. Kind of, is this the resistance zone on the chart right now? You have the 200 period moving average, that pink line. You have the dotted yellow line, the VWAP. So right up around there, is there some sellers hanging out that could create a resistance? Man walks in the bar and says, I need money. People look at him and say, well, no, I need... Brett, we already had this conversation. You do not need... So, Brett, you would like to be a pattern... You want to be a day trader, but you don't have $25,000. Is that true? Am I understanding your situation, Brett? You want to be a day trader, but you can't because of the pattern day trading rule. Is that your situation right now? Okay, we're above here. And then he just deleted. Okay, that was weird. Oh, wow. Brett is deleting everything. What is weird? Wow. That was a little scary. All right. Getting out of the potentially upper part of this pattern. Or of this resistance zone. Potential resistance zone, I should say. All right, let's... Again, I want to see some sort of confirmation that it wants to actually be weak. Right now, this thing is just busting up through everything. I don't know, Bob. I just moved to Iowa about 15 months ago. So I'm not, I have no idea. Going for more coffee. You mean you're going for a coffee bean trade, or you're going for literal coffee? That's what's confusing when you're talking to commodities traders. It's like, man, I need some orange juice. It's like, well, you need literal orange juice to drink, or you need more orange juice contracts. Like what? So yeah, I don't know what Greg means, and I'm not joking. What do you mean you're going for more coffee? Like going for another coffee trade? Literal coffee. Gotcha. What is my VWAP setting? Right there. I'll do that, and you can just pause the... So this is what's... Last time it pulled back, it was basically a total reversal all the way back down. So that's what's got me spooked. I'd like to try to buy this little micro pullback before it continues, but I don't know. If this thing heads all the way back down, that would be not buying a pullback. That would be basically buying a reversal all the way back down to the lows. You're in long? Okay. What's your entry point at? Where you... All right, Jim. Okay, go ahead. We'll watch it move 300 points, and then you'll be back and be like, got 4 points on it. Got 4 points, brother. Look at that, Jim. Look at it go. Whoa, Jim. Oh, Jim. What is this? Oh, 2 o'clock. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the minutes. Okay, Jim, you guys just got cooked. Jim did not remember the FOMC minutes. Just got cooked. Woo! Got to know your economic calendar, folks. I almost forgot it. I did forget about it again. Wow. The minutes. Okay, nobody can play victim here. We were literally just talking about this 10 minutes ago. Jim just got cooked. I'm assuming that account is gone. Wow. Jim, blink twice if you can hear us. Uh-oh, Bill forgot about it also. What? How? What do you mean you scalp? Oh, why? Okay. Next trade, I'm calling it Jim's toast. Look how cocky he is because I'm a baller. Okay. The Fed minutes. The Fed released their minutes. I wasn't here earlier. Again, Bill. Again, I did the same thing. Still not a valid excuse, Bill, because you got to be checking your economic calendar. Again, I failed too. But just because you weren't here earlier doesn't give you like an excuse. Because it was all mapped out on the economic calendar. Which again, I failed too. I forgot about them completely until I was reminded. But even if nobody had reminded me, it would still be my fault because part of the morning routine is to check the Fed calendar. Just started December rate. Good. God, I hope they raise rates in December. All right, Nathan, you survived. Glad to hear it. Oh, Jim was cracking them walnuts. And not allowed to trade the Fed count. You're allowed to do that. You will be emailed if you're not allowed to take a trade. Well, I didn't mean like I guess I did kind of. Can you see how I thought maybe you were offering up an excuse when you're like, well, I wasn't here earlier. So that's why I took it as an excuse, but thank you for clarifying. Have you sent me a screenshot yet, Bill? I need a screenshot. When you get logged into Clay Trader, behind the scenes, what are you seeing? Because I have 0 other reports of this issue, so I'm not sure what is going on. But if you don't mind, Bill, if you could get logged in and then take a screenshot of what you see after you get logged into the account. Entry 667. Stop loss 21 EMA. Ooh, this boy's cooking. He's trying to long here. I'm joining Jim. I'm long. I'm going to roll with Jim. Oh, yeah, a little video. That'd work fine, too. Okay, added in another one there. I still do like it. I'm at a whopping 2, so nothing huge. Blue line is my average. Come on, make another push-up. Oh. Hey, great speed. Thank you. Very kind of you. We're right at the 200 on the 5 minute, which is why I'm still liking this and might actually add for a bounce. I did add for a bounce. Let's see if we can get that off the 5 minute 200. We're watching on the 2 minute here. Come on. Give me a nice green hammer. There we go, brother. Hey, brother. Let's go, Jim. Thank you for the call. That a boy, Jimbo. Good eye, Jimbo. You owe me donuts, though, still. Connor Malone, I'm just starting out. I really have no idea what to do. Connor here. Get signed up for this tomorrow. And the same to any of you. If you are a beginner trader or a struggling trader, sign up for the free webinar. If you are a battle-hardened veteran with a rock-solid strategy, I'm not quite sure you'll get anything from it. But if you're a beginner or struggling, yeah, get signed up for it. There you go, Connor. Sign up for that. No, that was all Jimbo. That was Jimbo's trade there. After that one, he owes me some donuts. Did you make money on that, Jimbo? Oh, Jimbo. So yesterday at CC, their Christmas break starts now. So they did like a gift exchange. Dot won a six. She was so excited. She won a 6-pack of those water things that I liked at your house from Costco. I can't remember what they're from, but they're like cans like that big. I had like 2 of them, and then you ran out because you were a terrible host. Where can you watch this minutes meeting? I don't know. I don't know. That's actually, Cyrus. That's a good question. I don't know if they broadcast that or not. Bubbler. Yeah, I think that's what it was. So she's all excited. She's like, Dad, look. I'm like, oh, that's what was at the Jimbo's house. C-SPAN, you can watch it. Okay. All right, maybe another long here. Let's see if it wants to. Again, that is a nice thing. I started small in that trade, so I had plenty of wiggle room. Oh, yeah. So, yes, friendly reminder, if when the market closes, I would, again, just my opinion, I don't know what I'm talking about, but just be aware that NVIDIA does have earnings after the close, and the market highly, highly, highly likely will react. So you're going to get some big old, I think, I guess I can't say for sure that I know, but it seems highly likely that right around whenever NVIDIA, so I don't know, between 4 p.m. Eastern and 4:15, I don't know exactly when NVIDIA is going to release, but like if you're in a trade, it's one of those situations where you'll probably either get paid really well or you're going to get cooked. Okay, this might be another long here. I kind of missed it though. Let's see. I want to see how this candle forms. This candle is going to move around for about another 15 seconds. $4:20 p.m. Okay. I don't know. I have no idea. I do not know, but all I know is NVIDIA's earnings are released after the close. It's 4:20 p.m. Okay. So 4:20 p.m. Eastern, nobody has an excuse like, oh man, where did that move come from? False. That is not an excuse. We know at 4:20 p.m. Eastern, and I guess unless you're out a little early, the market, odds are, is going to get very, very jiggly. So if you're trying to pass an account, I guess if you want to just go big or go home, that would be a time to do it. If you're in a pro account, like I said, one of those situations where you're probably either getting roasted. Speaking of jiggly, you fasting today still, Jimbo? Gold's up. Of course, Daniel. Daniel is our resident gold cult member. Ooh, gold actually looks kind of okay. If you're getting long here on gold, I'm not calling you crazy. I'm gonna keep my eye on MNQ though. No food. Okay. Have you been tempted at all, Jimbo? Well, there's a nice bounce. Oh yes, good. But did you use the mind trick? Well, I don't even know. I don't know if mind trick is the right word. But did you think about who you're supposed to think about? Oh wow, that's legit. That's a good step in the right direction, Jim. Good job. Good job. Yep, I looked at my baby. Good. Oh, that's nice. The picture that adds it. Oh, that's a good call on your part. Nice little twist. No. Once you hit 3,000, don't trade anymore. Remember, you have to do a minimum of 5 days, Zooks. How many days have you had the account? All right, maybe a long here as it comes back down. If it comes down here, hits this purple line, and then starts to head back up, I'm going to try to grab a long on it. Okay, step one, though, is the price has got to hit that purple line. Come on. Ah, that's close enough. All right, here we go. Let's see if it wants to come back up to that green line, and I will go long. No, I cannot draw it right now. That lower trend line right there. All right, never mind. My wrist. Okay, there we go. So once again, waiting for confirmation. Oh, is this thing going to... Man, this thing is all over. Okay, I'm not sure what lower trend line you're talking about. Maybe this one right here. Or did you want me to use that low? I don't know. Depends on... To me, that one makes a little bit more sense. How many days have you had the account, Zooks? Yeah, I'd say that's a worthwhile trend line to keep an eye on. Jimbo, fair enough. Good observation. Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Would like to get this at least up to 150 likes. So we're 8 away. If 8 of you could be my knight in shining armor and get us up to 150, I'm on day 2. Okay, well, you have to do a minimum of 5 days. So let's just say you get it on day number 4. You still have to do one more trade for day number 5, which is called a flip trade. So for that, you'd want to go to one MNQ and then just buy it and sell it as fast as you can. So you'll either make a couple bucks or lose a couple bucks. Well, that will be your trade for the day. And then that would lock in your 5 days. No rate cuts. Sell it all. All right, Arizona, done. I just sold it all, including my house. I just accepted a job offer on my house, Arizona. I thought it was $250 for a trade day. I am talking about Take Profit Trader. So I don't know. Maybe you're talking about another prop firm that has something like that. But I am talking Take Profit Trader. That's who I use. That's who I recommend. And that is who Zooks is using. IWM puts loaded. All right, dude. Hope it works out. Well, actually, I hope you get crushed. No offense. For my my retirement portfolio, I hope you get crushed. I hope you end up living in a cardboard box, because that means I'm doing very well. Must be getting confused. Yeah, there's no $250. Like, I don't know what you mean about $250. That's right, Zooks. Code Clay, all caps, feed hungry kids. If you care about hungry children, you'll use code Clay. Watch this. Watch the quick segue. If you care about hungry kids, right here, use code Clay at your favorite prop firm. But Take Profit Trader, King of the Mountain, King of the Mountain. There we go. How was that? I got to work on it. That was not the greatest quick little commercial. But on that note, if you want the live stream to continue, seriously, use code Clay. Because if you've noticed, there are no ads. Well, I have an ad blocker. Okay, well, for the people that are not using ad blockers, hopefully you've noticed there have been 0 ads. So in other words, $0.00 has been made from YouTube ads. So the only way this continues is if you support it through code Clay. So use code Clay. I do not, Con. I am Take Profit Trader. I do have a code, though. Code Clay. I wonder how that works, though, Ty. Like, let's say I had ads turned on. You're not going to see the ads because you're paying for YouTube Premium. But I still wonder, would I at least get a little bit from that? Or does YouTube just keep all the money for themselves? I don't know. Oh, I like that, John. Yeah, I hope so, Captain. I want to start one that does that, where you just sign up and then you just request money. No trading is required at all. You just pay $100 and then you request for a payout of $1,000. No trading. I'm working on it. So when you get the pro, account, you have to get the X under. Yes. Correct, Alfonso. And then anything above that 52,000, that 2,000 is your buffer, and then anything above there is yours. Correct. Ooh, this is looking a little tasty. No, no, I don't want to turn ads on. I'd much prefer for you guys to just have a good ad-free experience, and then I guess from a business sense, the logic goes you'll enjoy the live stream and then maybe be a little bit more willing to use code Clay. But at the end of the day, I mean, that would be so annoying, and even for me. So I guess maybe that it's some selfish reasons too, because like I could not imagine I'm in a trade. It's one of those kind of like maybe more tense ones where everybody's cracking walnuts together, and then an ad pops up, and then I'm gonna have 8,000. No, there's not that many people here. I'm gonna have a lot of people like, what just happened? What just happened? And then I'm gonna have, it's just. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know what the sub. My reason is just let's just have a clean experience. Let's try to make this a pleasant environment. But on the same token, it could, from a business standpoint, backfire on me, because if nobody uses code Clay, then I can't really justify to my wife why I'm sitting in a chat box for 4 hours a day talking to people around the world. That would make me a deadbeat husband. Hey, see you later, e-company. Uh-oh, John, you got cooked today? Even though I'm almost 200 negative on the eval, I'm so glad it's not. Yeah, exactly, John. Yesterday was a very good example. I'm glad it was not my own money, because it would have been it was a barbecue. I was the main dish. But I think a lot of people were the main dish yesterday. Hey, we're at 160 likes. Thank you to everybody that hit that like to push us up over that 150 mark. I appreciate it. $50 down, hit my limit for the day. All right, well, when those limits are hit, it is what it is. This is very choppy, by the way. I mean, yes, you can weather all these up and down storms, but I mean, these are, let's do this range of this candle. 80 down to, I mean, that's almost a 40-point candle. Like, it's hard to sit through these ranges because, I mean, sure, I mean, okay, well, let's just get long here and then stop down there. Okay, that doesn't seem like a super far distance. And on some days that it might only be 7 points. But on days like this, get long here, 47, stop down here, 27. That's a 20-point stop, just like that. You're risking 20 points. So that is always kind of what makes this stuff very difficult to sit through, to weather the storms, because the storms are actually pretty big. Ready for, what's your favorite meal for comfort? I kind of want to try a long up through there, but I don't know. This thing is just kind of all over, up and down and all around. Not going to lie, I do have the voice right now, the stupid voice that's like, ooh, Clay. How cool would that be if you could get that up to 1,000? Okay, Clay, can you find $39 more? I'm like, wait a second. Am I really going to put on a trade for $39 more just so I can be like, oh, look, that's now 1,000? Oh, this is looking good. This is looking tasty. Okay, I'm in. Going for $39. I'm kidding. Come on, give me that breakout. Looks like MST is down 11%. Oh, wow. All right, I'm going to buy another one if it comes back up. Because if this comes, I mean, we'll have another lower shadow. Like, come on. At some point, this thing's got to bounce, doesn't it? Can only want to add if it comes back up. You're long at 616. Oh, all right. You're thinking it's going to come down a little bit more then, huh? Well, I hope for my sake you don't get that entry point. Okay, come on. Okay, let's see if I can add. All right, I'm in. Go, 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 go. There we go. I got that one out. All right, out. I wanted it to move right then and there. I got that one filled. I got my target hit, my initial, and then I wanted it to continue. I thought, look at this. Look at all these lower shadows, and it just won't go. It might still go, but it was not under my timing. I'm not going to take the risk that that thing all of a sudden snaps back down, especially when I added. Yeah, if you lose the buffer, you're fine. Like, you just losing the buffer doesn't mean your account's gone, because, again, you have 2,000. That is the buffer. Exactly, Brent. And that's also where you can then build the buffer. So anything above 2,000, let's say you make 500, you could either pay yourself 500 or you can now leave it in there. And now you could lose 2,500 because you're building the buffer. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me read that question. If you lose the buffer, oh, no. If you lose the buffer, your account's gone. I'm sorry. Yeah. Because remember, on that account, you can't lose 2,000. So if the buffer is 2,000 and then you lose the buffer, yes, you have lost the account. Sorry, I misread that. I think I want to try long again. Like, surely this thing wants to look at all these lower shadows. Like, I don't have a choice. I have to try to buy there again if it comes back up. Like, this is ridiculous. One of these has got to go, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It does not have to go, by the way. I'm saying this all sarcastically. I'm just saying it's kind of crazy that it hasn't. Again, only willing to buy if it comes up to that green line. Trying to make $35. It's a trap. I'm shorting. Okay. Sam thinks it's a trap. He's shorting. I'm going to try along. May the best man win. Risking 15. Okay, so he's in at 39. He's risking 15 points, so 49, 50, what, 6? Right there. So that's where Sam's stop is. Man, you're already up quite a bit, Sam. Okay. If this comes down here, I'll move my entry point to right here, but it needs to drop down some more. Come on, drop down a little bit more. Little bit more, and I'll put... No, I need you to drop down a little bit more. It's about to bounce. So are you long, Max? Where's your entry point, Max? Hurry, tell me so I can join you. Where's your entry point? Where's your stop, Max? You told us that no, I didn't. Yeah, some days. Today's not one of those days, Sam. Max, where are you in at? Give me your entry point and your stop loss. Max said it's about to bounce, so I'm trying to make some money with Max, but he's not telling me anything. He's just staying broad stuff right now. Max is a market maker. Uh-oh, Max. I don't know, maybe Max's definition of a bounce is a red candle. I'm not sure. But it's hard to know because he's not giving us any details. Uh-oh, Max, blink twice if you're okay. Out small. What do you mean small green? Huh? You said you got in at like 40. You got in at 639. What do you mean small green? You got like 20 points. Max. Uh-oh. Max is toast. His silence is deafening as his bounce goes the other direction. Okay, I'm sorry. That's on me. What Max meant was a bounce off of the 50 period. That's what Max meant. Sorry. Max meant it's about to bounce off of that purple line there. Okay, good call, Max. No, Max is good. He's banking. My bad, Max. Yeah, his silence must be because he's too busy picking out his Lamborghini. Hey, Max, where did you get long at? Or you're getting long in 3 minutes. We need more details, Max. Right now you're being a dent. Max, what is your trade plan? That's what we're trying to figure out. All kidding aside, like what are you doing? Right now you're coming across as a lip flapper. Just be patient. What are we being patient for? Where are you long? Are you long? If you're not long, where are you getting long? Where's your stop at? We need some numbers. Right now, all we got is lips flapping in the wind. Like flips in the wind. All Max is lips in the wind. Okay, I'm about to ban you. Because you're clearly trolling at this point. Yeah, Sam. Well, I mean, with all due defense, that's why I waited. I waited for confirmation. I didn't get any. But let's be real, Sadie. You didn't think it was that good of a Sam. Okay, Max, you're good. Max is going up in timeout. See you later. As far as I'm aware, if I'm remembering him, he's usually a normal poster. Maybe I have him confused with somebody else because this dude is a total troll. All right, let's put him in timeout. There we go. All right, let's see here. Is this a dead cat bounce? That is the question. I think he is saying maybe he's saying that. That is the problem though, GXLD. That is the troll. He's being broad to troll. Is your name Max, Sadie? Why is it that like the last almost hour or 30 minutes, everybody just goes into dent mode? Like Sam, I've said the name Max about 4,000 times now. But I don't know. Is that a guilty conscience? Are you trolling? Are you trolling? We're cooked, Clay. I don't know. Are you long right now? I'm not cooked. I'm just watching. I think it's bouncing back up off the bottom of the range until it breakout pullback. Okay. All right. So are you taking a trade there still in Tennessee or? Daniel, pretty sure, is also a bot. Cooked for the day. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Where? As in, I got you. Versus, we good. We cool. To be fair to Max, when you're that broad, like it's unfalsifiable because he can now say, see, I told you we bounce. It's like, well, wait a second. Like, no, we bounce. I said we, well, so that is the problem. Hey, thank you, Captain Crunch. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Or I better see you tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, there's going to be problems. Capiche? What does capiche even mean, now that I say that? Does anybody know? I guess two things. A, what language is that? And B, what does it mean? I will get short at the bottom of the tread line. I will get short at the bottom of the tread line. Oh, okay. He's looking for a back test. Gotcha. Oh, it's Italian and it means understand? It's Hebrew? Do you see what I mean about the chat? Man. So now it's Italian. Somebody else says it's Hebrew. What else is it? Okay. Now we have another person that corroborates Italian and it means to understand. Okay. Drewski says it's Hebrew. Jimbo says it's German. Okay. Okay. Jimbo's got to go in timeout. He's trolling now. See ya, buddy. John says it's Mayan. Gotcha. It's a dessert? No. I mean, I'm a dessert, but capiche is not a dessert. I am definitely a dessert, though. My wife has diabetes, thanks to me being quite the dessert. Vietnamese? I'm back? Oh, yeah. No, you're not. See ya. See ya, buddy. Yeah, Bill. Are you here? Are you here, Bill? John is now. John, it is now the dent. Oh, John, we might have to call that what this is. The final hour of the live stream. Like from hour 3 to 4 is the denting hour because we all get a little dented, myself included, because I start to go brain dead. We might have to go with that. The denting hour. No, we have power hour. Here on the live stream, it is the denting hour. Ooh, is this about to fall? I kind of want that juicy $35. All right, I'm going to try a short there if it wants to come back down. Looking to get short at the red line if it comes back down. All right, have a good one, Daniel. Yeah, well, Hopefully it stays that way, John. Don't do it. Why? You could do one NQ for 5 points. I could. Oh, don't trade. I thought you meant take this trade. I'm kidding. I'm going to long. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Guile. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I like it, though. Clay, I've never heard anyone except Clay use the term dent. I use chat, GPT, but it doesn't show the definition. I think he means like an annoying person or a jerk. No, it means you're stupid. You're a moron. Don't be a dent. You're dented. Like right now, Mikey, you are being a dent. The fact that you had to go research dent proves that you are a dent. It says, hey, Mikey, you are dented. Does that sound like a good thing? Right here, you dent. Have an adverse effect on. Diminish. This neither deterred him nor dented his enthusiasm. So if you are dented, that means there's an adverse effect. There's the diminishing going on. All right, here we go. Hopefully I'm not a dent when I put on this trade. Right? Hopefully there's not an adverse effect. Hopefully that is not a diminishing. A diminishing of what? My profits, brother. I'm in. See if we can get some momentum. Started small. I'll add a little bit if I can. I am now short. The blue line here is kind of representing the key breakdown point in my mind. Like I said, I'm willing to add if it wants to come up a little bit more. But if it wants to break down here, I'll take that also. Does she want to let loose to the downside? Or is it going to putz around here for the next 20 minutes? Which I am not going to be okay with. I will cut this thing for a loss as opposed to sit here for 20 minutes. Come on. Come on. Go, go, go. Go. No, that's definitely not what I wanted to see there. Okay, that's no bueno. That was the exact opposite of what I wanted to see. Are you short right now too, Jimbo? Yeah, don't do this to me. I'm a nice guy. No, you're just sitting on your hands. Okay. Kind of want to add. Like if this thing comes all the way back, yeah, I am. I'm going to add to the winner here. Trying to add at the red line. Add to a winner. Trying to trust that this thing wants to continue on with the downtrend here. Come on. Again, trying to add. Five-minute. I mean, if this thing lets go on the 5-minute, look at the 5-minute here. If this thing lets go through this cross here, not that I think it'll drop all the way straight down, but there's a lot of downside room for this thing to catch some momentum. And then it goes right back up. Okay, I'm going to try to add there now if it comes back down. Added one more there, or added one up there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Got that. Added another one. I know I had the scalpy scalp, but I'm trying to trust it. I mean, seriously, though. Come on. Give me the breakdown here. There is my stop. So this thing either comes down or that's my line in the sand. It's very simple at this point. Let's come down here a little bit more. There we go. It was looking great there for a second, but at some point you got to put the line in the sand, and that's where mine is. So this thing's either coming down or it'll be a loss. Not looking so good. I don't know. Do I add in another one now if it comes back from here? I think I have to. I do. All right, I'll add another one at that red line if this thing comes all the way back down. Yeah, I have to. I don't have a choice. That would just be so beautiful at that point. And if it suckers me in, then so be it. It is what it is. But I have to add if it comes down to that red line. Come on. Okay, I am in the green, but I want to add to a winner. I am full blown trying to trust this pattern. I realize, Clay, you were back in the green for a second. Just take the, no. I'm trying to trust. I'm trying to trust and obey. Because there's no other way. Now, preferably, it just stops me out. It doesn't like come down here, fill me, and then snap back up. Because now I'm taking a loss on an even bigger size. Oh, I'm about to get stopped out. And all right, I'm out. Well, that one didn't work out. I tried, though. I am proud of myself. I trusted it. I gave it a chance. I added when I should have added, and it just didn't work out. Watch it come back down, but if it does... Ah, some of you got the reference. All right. That is the way. Oh, are you going to come back down? I got to do it if it comes back down. Nah, not a revenge trade. Nope. All right. I was looking for it on that candle. All right. Well, 850. Nah. So let's talk prop firms real quick because I know a lot of you are probably either wondering or you're just like, okay, Clay, I get it. I'm convinced day trading futures through a prop firm is the way to go, but I'm a beginner. Well, if you're a beginner, in my opinion, the king of the mountain of the prop firm space is Take Profit Trader. Why for the category of beginner? Well, as a beginner, you're a beginner. Nothing wrong with these other prop firms, but they do have more rules, and it can get very overwhelming as not necessarily a beginner trader, but just a beginner to the world of prop firms. So you can get very overwhelmed. Wait, what's that? Wait, what's this? Huh? None of that with Take Profit Trader. Very, very clean set of rules. So from that angle alone, Take Profit Trader is just, in my opinion, the best way to go about it. Now, if you're over here, you're experienced, and you're empire building, whatever, and you have not yet used Take Profit Trader, they are definitely worth a try. I am yet to use or come across a prop firm trader that's, use somebody else and then tries Take Profit Trader, gets to the pro account and gets to the payout phase, and then complains about daily payouts in any amount that you want. I've yet to meet anybody that does not like that policy as a payment policy, and that's what Take Profit Trader offers. So once you get to the pro account, pass the account, if you're making $4,000 a day, you can request $4,000 a day, every single day. So that makes it very, very nice. And like I said, I've yet to meet anybody that does not like that policy. And then to bring it back to the other category, so if you're a beginner trader, well then by definition, beginner prop firm trader, then by definition, you will eventually turn yourself into an experienced prop firm trader. And at that point in time, when you have Take Profit Trader up and running, and it's a well-oiled machine, if you want to expand your empire from there, well then yeah, there's a lot of other choices over here that you could use. And then just from the angle of, I know sometimes people are like, hey Clay, I like the live stream. Do you have a code with such and such prop firm? Because I'll use it because I know that helps support the live stream. So if you are of that category, then all of those I do have a code with, code Clay. The one exception being Funding Ticks is actually code Clay Trader, and I do appreciate that. If you're just looking to help support the live stream, and you're just wondering who I have codes with, and at the end of the day, kind of already talked about it. As much as I wish I could say I'm just a pure saint and I'm here for the goodness of my heart, that's not the case. In my real life, I have responsibilities. I have 6 kids, and those 6 kids are hungry. So unfortunately, as much as I enjoy this, and my proof of that is, we're over 4 hours. But I've got to be able to justify taking 4 hours out of my schedule and using 4 hours for this. And that is where Code Clay comes into play because there are no ads. I made $0.00 from YouTube ads. So if you do enjoy the live stream, and you want it to continue, then you got to help make it worth my time. And the way to make it worth my time is to use Code Clay, which is good though, because you are saving money anyways. You're getting the current deals with Code Clay in any event anyway. So it's a good win-win. You're saving money. You're helping to make the live stream continue. And then we will continue to hang out on a daily basis. So just thank you for your consideration in that regard. And I'm not quite sure I can get any more blunt than that. I know. That offends some people. You should be here for free. I got kids to feed, okay? I'd be a deadbeat dad if I was just like, I'm going to go hang out with strangers for 4 hours. That would be not a good decision. So, and also I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. Also turn on notifications because usually I do show up early. I'll be here at the latest at 11 a.m. Eastern, but sometimes I show up early. So if you want to be made aware immediately of when I go live, then that's where you'd also want to, like I said, not only subscribe, but turn on that notification bell. So that is all I have. Thank you, everybody. Great live stream. I feel like a normal trader again. Yesterday, I felt like I was brought through the meat grinder. But today, good solid day, good solid trades. They did not all work, but the habits that I displayed, I'm very proud of myself, very happy, and it is what it is. So like I said, hit that like button on your way out. I like that TPT has no no activations fee with TPT, assuming you're using code Clay. Yeah, 40% off and no activation fee. So everybody take care. I'll see you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. So take care. Have a good one, everybody.